أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. The qira'ah for people that could tell the difference. Some people aren't used to hearing Warsh, although I think Imam Warsh, his qira'ah is getting more recognition because of some really good reciters from the East that are starting to recite with it. But Imam Warsh, radiallahu anhu, was from Egypt, and he was a student of Imam Nafi', who was the Muqri of Al-Madinah, and he actually led the prayer for 60 years in the Prophet's Masjid. He was a teacher of Imam Malik. Imam Malik actually is considered from the Qurra, from the scholars that took and were masters of the Qira'ah. But Imam Nafi' was he was a black man, and he was also noted for his, what they say, du'aba. كانت فيه du'aba. He liked to joke, but when it came to the Quran, he was extremely serious. And he also, it was noted that he had a scent of misk that people could smell when he spoke. It really came out of his mouth. It smelled like misk. He had two major students, and the qira'at, there are 7 mutawatir, qira'at mutawatira, and these can be read in the prayer, canonically. And basically, the only ones that we use now in the Muslim world are the qira'ah of Imam Nafi' and Asim and Abu Amr, which is used in Sudan. But most countries now read with Asim, and Imam Hafs was the student of Imam Asim. So you have the qira'ah, and then you have the actual variant of the qari. So with Imam Nafi', you have the two variants, Qalun and Warsh. So Imam Warsh is recited. His riwayah also has the Asfahani variant and the Azraq variant. So even the variants take on nuanced readings also. But Imam Warsh, his variant is read in almost all of North Africa, with the exception of Libya, which recites Qalun, and some places in Tunis. But people like in West Africa, in Mauritania, they learn Nafi', they learn both variants. They learn Warsh and Qalun. And the Hafidh is only considered a Hafidh once he masters both variants. One of the interesting aspects of Imam Nafi''s reading is Imam Malik radiallahu anhu considered it a sunnah over the other readings. And the reason for that is that Nafi', and particularly the variant of Warsh, is in the language of Quraysh. So the things that you heard, the fact that they don't use a Hamza in things like yuminun, and then the mudud that are very long. Warsh has the longest of the mudud. And then also the imala that you hear, which is when the fatha moves towards a kasra sound. So the Imam Malik considered it a sunnah, and he also, Imam Ahmad preferred Nafi' over the other qira'at. He was asked about the qira'at and he said, أُفَضِّلُ نَافِعًا وَإِلَّا فَعَاصِمٌ. If I'd rather have Nafi', but if I can't, then Asim is the second reading. But all of them are mutawatira, and the Prophet ﷺ allowed for variant readings, and one of the interesting aspects of that is the fact that ikhtilaf is part of our ummah. So one of the unusual aspects of Islam is that we have, without councils, without synods, without magisteria, which are the means that other religions have used to try to create unity, there is a unity in diversity in Islam that you don't find in other religions, and that's embodied in the Quran itself. The fact that there are different ways to recite the Quran, and they're all correct. And so Allah loves diversity, and it's reflected in His creation that He's created us with diverse colors, different languages, different habits also even, and clothing and all these things, but also diversity in nature. One of the aspects of modern society is homogenization, which is to make everything similar. So wherever you go, the hotels are the same. We could be in Abu Dhabi, we could be in Cairo, we could be in Paris. It doesn't matter because it's all the same. The chandeliers are bought from the same company, and everything becomes homogenized. Whereas in our tradition, there's a beauty in these differences of culture and pronunciations, the way people pronunciate words. And so, now the other aspect, and I want to mention this because I think it's an important point. The desire for uniformity is actually a type of, it's a sickness of the heart. You know, when people want everything to be the same, it's a sickness in the heart. And Muslims that want all the Muslims to behave and act and look and be the same are actually reflecting a type of illness. And that's why it's important to note this about the Quran, that even in the recitation, there's difference. The Fatiha, if you hear somebody do the different types of Fatiha, just the Fatiha alone, you would be amazed at how many ways the Fatiha can be recited. In Warsh, they say Maliki Yawmiddin. In Hafs, it's Maliki Yawmiddin. They're completely different meanings, Malik and Milik. Malik is a possessor, Milik is a king or a sovereign. And so the meaning is changed, but the meaning, every king is a Malik and every Malik, every king is a possessor, but not every possessor is a king. So one is universal and the other is particular. It's an aspect of the king is that he's Malik as well as Milik. He not only has sovereignty, but he owns everything. And that's in the old understanding of a sovereign, an absolute sovereign. So they're not mutually exclusive. They're complementary meanings, because the idea on Yawm al-Qiyamah, liman al-mulk al-yawm, you know, who owns everything on this day. So people, not only do they recognize the Milik, but they recognize the milkiyah of the Malik, you know, that he possesses everything on the Yawm al-Qiyamah. They recognize both aspects, that not only is Allah sovereign, but He's an absolute sovereign. Because some sovereigns, you have constitutional monarchs, you have monarchs that... So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is an absolute sovereign on the day of judgment, when everybody will recognize that. So that's important. Now, the other very interesting thing about the unity in diversity as opposed to uniformity is that our religion is the only religion in the world that is a world religion, in that it has many, many followers. I mean, there's sects that might have a type of unity, but it's the only religion where you can go to a masjid anywhere irrespective of what type of masjid. It could be a Bralvi masjid, it could be a Deobandi masjid, it could be a Sufi masjid or a Salafi masjid or a Maliki or a Hanafi or a Hanbali or a Zaydi or a Ibadi or a Ithna Ashari. I mean, and on and on and on. There's lots of variations of Muslims out there. But what is so fascinating is the Qibla is the same. So all those people that have these different variations of Islam, when they go to Mecca and Medina, they all face the same Qibla. They pray behind the Imam. The basic form of the prayer is the same. There's slight differences. You move your finger, where you put your hands, what you do in the particulars of the prayer. There are some slight differences. But the unity is actually quite extraordinary. There's really nothing like it in any religion. Because the Jews don't all have, they can't go to, the synagogues are very different. There's synagogues where the men and women are mixed. There's synagogues where there's a woman who's the rabbi or the cantor. Or you go to churches, you might get a rock mass. You might get a very stripped down type of mass. Lots of different things. But with Islam, and the reason you don't, and the reason for that is that Islam has inherent antibodies against changes to anything that's essential to the faith. And that is because the Prophet ﷺ put so much emphasis on the fact that the previous religions had changed their teachings. They had changed them. And so people that call for this kind of reformation of Islam today, they immediately red flags for Muslims should go up. People that want to change this religion that has been handed down for centuries. There's things that are wrong with the Muslims. But Islam is the same teaching. Nothing's changed. And there's differences of opinion. There's all those things. But that's part of the tradition, that there's all these differences. So it's important to remember that when we look, because the qira'at are a very fascinating aspect of that. And so it was really nice to hear such a beautiful recitation from the Imam. Now, before I go into the actual surah, I wanted to give you what would be called a heuristic tool. It's a type of tool that comes from Ibn Juzay al-Kalbi, who was a Granadan scholar. He was from Spain. Really brilliant scholar. His tafsir, at-Tasheel li ulum at-Tanzil, is a favorite tafsir of a lot of scholars. And there's reasons for that are quite obvious for anybody that's ever looked into it. But it's a very short tafsir, but for some reason he was able to pack an incredible amount of meaning in very, very concise phrasing. But he basically identifies a means of looking at verses of the Quran and understanding the Quran. So I wanted to go over that. I wish I had a blackboard because I think it would help to do this. But basically the first thing is that the Quran is first and foremost a book. In fact, that's one of the names of the Quran. Al-Quran, Al-Furqan, Al-Dhikr, and Al-Kitab. Those are the 4 names of the Quran. All of the other names are considered adjectives, whereas those are the substantives that identify what the Quran is. The Quran is, there's difference of opinion, but the dominant opinion is from the qara'a, which is a reading or a recital. And the Arabs, one of the most important aspects of the Arabic language is the vastness of it and the ability to say many different things with the same words. But the Arabs use qira'ah to mean to recite something like aqra'uhum minni as-salam, recite to him my greeting. So it doesn't mean read to him. It literally means just say assalamu alaikum fulan yusallimu alayka. So and so says salamu alaikum. So you can say that in Arabic. So when Jibreel said iqra, read or recite, the Prophet ﷺ negated both aspects, because on the one hand, he was not a qari, he was not somebody who read, but nor was he a rawi. He didn't recite poetry, he didn't do what the Arabs did in their gatherings, because a lot of Arabs memorized massive amounts of poetry, and they would be able to read from that poetry or recite it by rote. So the Prophet negated, he said, "Ma ana biqari," I don't know how to read, which is one meaning of it. But the Jibreel alayhi salam said, "Iqra" again, وَغَطَّهُ, you know, he pulled him so hard until he said, "Balagha minni al-juhud," like that he thought his sides were going to crush into. He did that 3 times. And then the revelation begins, "Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq." So the revelation begins with Iqra, read or recite. And it's interesting because reading has different elements to it. One of the elements of reading is to just the actual act of reading is quite an extraordinary thing. The ability to read signs. And this is a lot of interest now in Western universities is on semiotics and signs. In fact, a lot of philosophy now has been reduced to studying signs. They're very fascinated by this, the ability to read signs, but also to create schemas out of the world, that when we see things, the mind naturally puts things together. That's why we're so prone to conspiracy theories, because conspiracy theories are the way the mind deals with sometimes random events or events that don't really make sense. We try to make sense out of them by creating things that might not necessarily be there. They might be, but they might not necessarily, and oftentimes they're not. But the mind is very good at that, and it's good at reading and interpreting. So when you read something, you can read it on a lot of different levels. And obviously, the iqra that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling is a new type of reading or a renewed type of reading, because ma undira aba'ukum, you know, that this is something that your fathers had not been aware of. So this new reading, the qira'ah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about is the idea of reading signs. And so the Quran, the definition of the Quran is that it's a reminder, it's a furqan, it's a standard or a criterion by which you judge between truth and falsehood. It's a recital and a reading, so it's both recited and it's read as a book. And what's interesting about that is orality and literacy are the 2 ways that human beings have existed throughout history. Everybody enters into the world in a state of orality. In other words, they're in a state of being unable to read, illiterate. And that's the primary mode of human beings. Literacy is something that's acquired, and it's actually acquired with difficulty. It's not easy to become literate. You have to understand words, and then you need to learn signs. And if you look at children, there are a lot of ways that children can have problems with reading, but reading is actually very miraculous. People don't think about reading very much, but reading is very miraculous. The fact that we can take symbols and that have sounds, phonemes, put them together and create these dyadic sounds that then generate unbelievable meaning. The amount of meaning that can be generated with the 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet is beyond belief. Really, it's quite difficult to fathom. And every language has immense sophistication. Even the most primitive languages, in fact, some of the most primitive languages are the most sophisticated languages. So it's like DNA. It just doesn't get simple. The deeper you go, the more complicated it gets. And so the Quran has all of these elements, and then it's a proof of the veracity of the Prophet ﷺ's teaching. But if the ulama define it as being something that is mu'jiz, that it incapacitates. It's muhabihi. It's revealed ila Muhammad, to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad, in order for it to be recited, للتلاوة وللتعبد. Sidi Abdullah ibn Hajj Ibrahim says, لَفْظٌ مُنَزَّلٌ عَلَى مُحَمَّدِ لِأَجْلِ التِّلَاوَةِ وَلِلتَّعَبُّدِ, that it's something that was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in order for it to be recited and as a way of worshiping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and drawing near to Allah by following its injunctions, avoiding its prohibitions, understanding its meaning. And so when you look at, if you want a definition of Quran, that's one definition. That's the standard kind of ulama definition that you'll find in tafsir. But Ibn Juzay al-Kalbi gives a very simple definition that I think works incredibly well, because one of the important aspects of our religion is that although it's centered around the Quran, there is an immense illiteracy about what the Quran is. There are many, many Muslims that can read the Quran. Some read it very well. But you would, I think, be astounded at the numbers of Muslims that have a complete lack of understanding about what the book is actually about. Now, I'll give you an example. If you take an average Baptist who's serious about their religion, all right, and I'm talking about Christians that are serious about, they will have, and I'm not saying to do this with the Quran, but they will have a very dog-eared Bible that's been just used over, and you'll see like stickums and cross-referencing and all these, because they go every Sunday and they have a preacher that is cross-referencing and then turn to James 3:16, and they all turn to James 3:16. There's a study that goes on that is very absent in the Muslim world. A serious study of the book. What does this book say? Now, if you ask the average Christian what Genesis is about, and I'm talking about a devout Christian, they could tell you the plot of the book. In the beginning, God created. They'll tell you about Adam and Eve. They get exiled from paradise. They can tell you about building the Tower of Babel. They can tell you about the flood. They can tell you all these things that happen. And they basically know the theme of that book. But if you ask Muslims, what is Surah Al-Baqarah about? What is it about? Is there a theme to it? Do you see? And the thing about the Quran, أَفَلَا يَتَدَبَّرُونَ الْقُرْآنِ, don't they think deeply about this book? Tadabbur is to take something to the end of it. The dubur is what's behind. So tadabbur is to really make an effort to get to the end of something, to exhaust it to as much as you're able to. Now, the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith which is sahih, and everybody, I think, has heard it if they've gone to Jum'ah, or مَجْتَمَعَ قَوْمٌ فِي بَيْتٍ مِّن بِيُوتِ اللَّهِ يَتْلُونَ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَيَتَدَارَسُونَهُ بَيْنَهُم. That no group of people will get together in a house from the houses of God, reciting the book of Allah. But then it says, يَتَدَارَسُونَهُ. Now, tadarus in Arabic is, in sarf, it's used for musharaka, when people actually work together to understand something. What's happened in our community is we have created these approaches to the book in which you have a group of people that are called the ulama, and they learn, and they spend a lot of time learning it, and then we go into a passive receptive mode. So people are empty, and the person comes and they fill them up with information or something like that. And that's one way of learning, and there's no doubt there's benefits to that way of learning. For instance, grammar is grammar. There's debates about grammar, but basically grammar is grammar. You either know what a fa'il is or you don't know what a fa'il is, but we're not going to sit around and discuss what a fa'il is. Like, what do you think, Zayd? Well, I think it could be, or maybe it's no. A fa'il is, there's a very specific definition to a fa'il. And then it has rulings that go with it. And then the maf'ul, there's mansubat. You learn them. And there's difference of opinion about them. You can get into that. Like some things, they'll differ. Can that be mansub or not? And grammarians will get into, these are when you get into the inner recesses of grammar. But generally, grammar is something that if you know it, you can teach it. And if you don't know it, you should shut up until you've learned it. It's very important. Because if you don't know what a conditional sentence is, you'll mistake what people are saying. If you don't, in the Quran, the most important book for understanding the Quran, I would say, is Mughni al-Labib, which deals with all those like the fa. There's all these different types of fa in the Quran. There's different types of ma in the Quran. There's different types of hatta in the Quran. And you have to work out which one's being used here. And they're not always clear on it. Even the mufassirun differ. And sometimes they'll say this is the arjah, this is the dominant opinion. And other times they'll say Allahu a'lam. And sometimes they'll say يحتمل الوجهين. You can take it to mean both. It can have both. And there's benefit to that. There's real benefit to that. But it's important to remember that if you don't have the tools of grammar and also balagha is very important. I'll give you an example in Arabic. In Arabic, when you read the Quran, one of the things that Western people have that they find really problematic about the Quran is it's always changing. It goes from the first person to the second person to the third person, and it's disorienting for Western people because they do not have a rhetorical device that the Arabs use, which is called iltifat. Iltifat is to switch persons. And the Arabs do it for a very specific reason. They do it in their pre-Islamic poetry. And it's a rhetorical device to cause a type of, to keep the listener's attention, to make them think about what you're saying. I had a teacher, Allah yarhamuhu, Shaykh Shaybani. He was one of my favorite teachers. But he used to, when he would teach me, he would always pull on my fingers. And sometimes hard. And sometimes he would slap me. Just like he would hit me and say, "Did you get that?" And I realized it was like the Zen master that comes around with the stick and hits the people doing the sazen to keep them present. Because the mind wanders. There's probably some people in here already, their mind is wandering, and they're wondering what's everybody laughing about. Because they were somewhere, they were in Fort Hood or who knows where they were. They're thinking about this, that, or the other. So it's that technique in the Quran is a very important technique. It's right there in the Fatiha. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin Iyaka. So it goes from ghaiba to khatab. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'een. Ihdina. Right? So right there, and the ulama say it goes from ghaiba to hudur. That you open the Quran and you open your prayer in a state, you're moving towards presence. So it begins, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. And it's getting, you come into with the mercy and then the jalal of Allah. He's Rabbil Alameen, He's Maliki Yawmiddin. And then Maliki Yawmiddin, I'm going to meet Him, Iyaka. The presence is there. So that is iltifat in the Quran. That technique is a device that the Arabic language uses to pull you into presence, to bring you back. And so if you don't know these things, the Quran is a very difficult read. And another aspect of the Quran is just the Arabic language. I had another teacher, Shaykh Abdurrahman, who used to say, العلم بحر بغوص الماهرين فيه تلف اليواقيت والمراجين. That knowledge is an ocean. And when people that understand it swim in it, when they swim in it, تلف اليواقيت فيه والمراجين. They find pearls and coral and لكنه غير مأمون تماسحه. But the sharks and the crocodiles and those things that'll eat you up, you're not safe from them if you don't know how to swim in there. وَلَيْسَ فِي كُلِّ مَوْجٍ فِيهِ دَلْفِينُ. And there's not a dolphin in every wave to help you. Right? The Arabs say delphine. If you look in Mukhtar al-Sihah, which is a short, an abridged version by Al-Razi of the Sihah, which is one of the great books. And he wrote it for beginners, and he'll have words in there, because it was the first dictionary that I really learned pretty well when I was first studying Arabic. I spent a lot of time in that. But I'd look up a word and he'd say ma'loom, like everybody knows it. You know, like I don't know it. But if you look in this book, Mukhtar al-Sihah, he says about dukhas, he says that this is a fish in the ocean, and yuqalu lahu delphine. It's also called a dolphin. And it says, يُنَجِّي الْغَرِيقِ. He saves the drowning man. يُمَكِّنُهُ مِنْ ظَهْرِهِ وَيُوَصِّرُهُ إِلَى الْبَرِّ. You know, he puts him on his back and takes him to dry land. So the Arabs had a good regard for the dolphin. And that's why he says that knowledge, there's danger in this ocean of knowledge, and there's not always dolphins there to save you, because people go astray. The Quran, everybody in the history of Islam that has gone astray, went astray by interpreting verses and hadith in other than the way they should have been interpreted. Everybody. And that's why if you don't know and Arabs think they know the Arabic language because it's their language, and there's no doubt they know a type of Arabic. They're speaking Arabic, even if there's broken Arabic now, or there's a lot of reduction in the Arabic that's used today. But nonetheless, it's still Arabic, and many of the words that the ancient Arabs used are still used in Arabia and amongst the Arabs. I mean, Egyptians use words that are Quranic all the time. And even Moroccans, who people would argue in the East, whether that was Arabic or not, it is Arabic. And once you get used to it, you actually there's some really enjoyable things about Moroccan Arabic. Like if a Moroccan gets mad, they say, billati, billati, you know. And they mean, idfa' billati hiya ahsan. You know, but they just say, billati, billati, you know, and it just means calm down in Moroccan Arabic. But it comes from that verse, you know, don't get angry, turn the other cheek type thing. So, but you'll find hadith, the Prophet said, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ السَّارِقَ يَسْرِقُ الْبَيْضَةَ فَتُقْطَعُ يَدُهُ. May God curse the thief who steals an egg and gets his hand cut off. Now people can say, if you read that, it says if you steal an egg, you get your hand cut off. But that's not what the hadith means. That hadith means that people start off stealing little things, like an egg, and they don't think that it's a big deal, but later on they steal something big and they get their hand cut off. So the Prophet ﷺ used a very abridged, succinct language that had massive amount of meaning. He said, "Utitu jawami al-kalim." I was given these comprehensive words. A comprehensive word is the one that the simplest people understand it at one level, the middle people understand it at another level, and then the arifin and the ulama understand it at a completely different level, and all the levels are valid. And the Prophet ﷺ had that gift. So when you look at this definition of Quran, I think it's a really extraordinary definition of Quran and very useful. So if somebody asks you what the Quran is, you can say that he says all of the knowledges are contained in the Quran. And this is, we believe this. مَا فَرَّطْنَا فِي الْكِتَابِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. We've left nothing out of this book. And so he says, you can talk about this you can generalize about it, and then you can go into details. As for a general statement of what the Quran is, he says the Quran is دعوة الخلق إلى عبادة الله وإلى الدخول في دينه. That's the definition of Quran. If you want a definition of Quran, that is the definition. It is the invitation of creation to the worship of the Creator and to enter into His deen. To enter into the deen of His. That's what the Quran is. It's da'wah. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith, he said that the Quran is ma'dabatullah. It's and ma'dubatullah also. That it is a place where one learns discipline and adab, but it's also a banquet, because the ma'duba is a banquet. It's the place you go where the Sayyid invites everybody to feast. But when you go into the Sayyid's gathering, you have to have adab. And so the Arabs use that word to indicate that it's a place of adab. The banquet is a place of adab. Now what's interesting about banquets, and this is one of the Persian poets says this, Hafil, says, if you realize that the world is God's banquet, He's brought everybody here and this is His banquet. And he said, and you realize that you were just one of the guests, how would you view everyone else? Because everybody's here by invitation of God. It doesn't matter who they are. The Jew, the Hindu, the Buddhist, the Jain, the atheist, everybody has been invited here. And their life is a full life. It's not, we see people at points in time and we assume that that point in time is that's all. Because most exchanges between human beings are utilitarian. I need this or I need that. That's most exchanges with people. They're utilitarian. We use people, right? And we honor things. If you look how people treat things in their house, they treat them, they don't want to break the vase, so they'd never knock the vase over, but there's people that just bump into other people and push them out of the way. So they honor things, but humans or animals, because animals have rights as well. There's people in this culture, lawyers, that are trying to assert that animals have legal standing and that they should be able to have class action suits, and that lawyers would act on behalf of the owl or behalf of, there's people that's a very Islamic view that we actually do believe. And we know that animals came to the Prophet ﷺ and used him as their advocate against people that were wronging them. We know that the camel complained about being given too much, and the Prophet told the man to not burden the camel with more than it could bear. We know about the gazelle that complained to the Prophet ﷺ that it had some foes in, and that it hadn't finished suckling, which is also an indication about hunting. There's laws in this country, the times that you can hunt. These are very humane Islamic principles, the idea of not hunting out of season, because animals have their offspring and they're taking care of them. So if you shoot the doe when it's during their season that they're nurturing their offspring, you've orphaned these animals that don't have. Our religion takes all that into consideration, which is quite extraordinary. So if you look that this is a banquet, that it's an invitation, it's a da'wah. Now, what the beautiful thing about a da'wah is, you have, like, when you get an invitation, it says RSVP sometimes, respondez s'il vous plaît, like, please respond. And so it's a courtesy just to say, I can't come. That's what they're asking, because, some they don't care. Whether if you come, let us know. If you don't. You don't have to let us know. But the da'wah of Allah is an honor from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because He's not only created us and we're His slaves, but He's treated us in this I-thou relationship, to put it in modern philosophers' terms. The idea that we have dignity. لَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ, that we have ennobled and dignified the children of Adam. And so the way we speak to them, the way we address them, يَا أَيُّهَا النَّاسِ, not يَا أَيُّهَا الْحُقَرَاء الْحَمْقَاء الْغَافِلُونَ, you idiots, you fools. Really, it's speaking to them, al-insan. You're something amazing, Inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifa. I'm putting in the earth a caliph. So it's an invitation for all of creation, meaning here al-alamin. Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu said that the alamin are the ins and the jinn. Even though it contains the meaning of the worlds, the Arabs have different types of plurals. So the awalam is worlds when it's not aql. There's no rationality there. So awalam, Allah doesn't say Rabb al-awalam. He says Rabb al-alameen. And the alameen are the ins and the jinn. They're the ones that can respond to Allah and acknowledge Allah in a way that's rational, as opposed to, say, animals that are in submission to Allah, but they don't have the cognitive understandings that human beings have. They do their tasbih and they do it, but it's not like human beings or ins or jinn. So this is an invitation to creation to worship Allah and enter into His deen. And then He says, but this lofty goal necessitates two things. And you have to have them. And all of the Quran goes back to these two things. All of the Quran. So the first is بيان العبادة التي دعي الخلق إليها والأخرى ذكر بعث تبعثهم على الدخول فيها. So the first is to clarify what that ibadah is that they've been invited to. The Quran is there to clarify what it is. So it's da'wat al-haq ila ibadatillah. They're being called to worship Allah. So the Quran is going to clarify what that is. And make it clear to human beings what exactly they're being asked to do. And then the other is to mention the bawa'ith, those things that will engender a desire to enter into ibadah. So, and this is, it's interesting. There's certain things that are left. There's certain things that Allah tells you to do and then doesn't tell you why. And then there's other things He tells you to do or not to do and tells you why. So the Quran explains to you, in some instances, why you're not supposed to do this. إِنَّهُ رِجْسٌ مِنْ عَمْرِ الشَّيْطَانِ. It's an evil thing. It's from the works of shaitan. It's going to spread dissension amongst you. Don't do it. اجتنبوه. Avoid it. So it tells you. And then there's other things, like the khinzir. It just doesn't tell you. You can talk about, well, it's because it has trichinosis. Well, now you can eliminate that. So there's Reformed Jews that say we can eat pork now because in those days, whereas Muslims, as far as I know, we might have some Reformed Muslims around, but as far as I know, I don't know of any Muslims that will say that. I haven't met one yet, but there's all kinds of amazing things out there. But I haven't met that. But there are certain things that Allah doesn't tell you. In fact, one of the ulama said that the reason pork is prohibited is because it's the best tasting meat. I read that once in a tafsir. I was like, how do you know? Because the Arabs, they say, aladdu shayma hurima. The sweetest thing is the thing that's prohibited. It's a jahili idea. People like to do things they're not supposed to do. You naughty boy. So there are things that Allah told you, and then there's things that He doesn't. And one of the wisdoms behind that is that if everything was explained to you, you might only do them for those reasons. But there are certain things you don't know, and then you do them for the sake of Allah only. So there's no musharaka in your intention. There's not like, oh, the prayer is good because you can stretch and exercise. So some people will do the prayer because, well, it's like stretching and exercise. And I've heard people say that. I heard somebody once explain to me that the reason you do sajda is to discharge electricity in your brain. Seriously, and they were very serious about it. And they said that's why, because in Maliki fiqh, it's actually preferred to pray on earth or on straw, like straw matting. And he was actually arguing that it'll discharge if it's earth or straw matting. Whereas if it's on polyester, it'll make it worse. Something like that. But somebody could be doing that, just doing sajda to discharge. They think that it's a good thing to do. And so there's things that Allah doesn't tell you, but there's other things because people are motivated by what? Two things. No. It's two things motivate people. What motivates people? Rewards and punishments. Right. And that's why real ethics, Kant, who was a German ethicist, talked about autonomy and heteronomy. That real ethics is when you have autonomy, that you're doing things from yourself. You're being good from yourself. Heteronomy is when you're being good because you're afraid of somebody else. And that's why, even though the hadith is not, some say it's fabricated, but the meaning is a beautiful meaning. Ni'mal abdu Suhaib. What a blessed servant is Suhaib al-Rumi. Even if there was no fire, he would not disobey Allah. In other words, he wasn't doing what he was doing out of fear of punishment. And there are servants that worship Allah because He's worthy of worship. That's the highest level. Imam al-Ghazali talks about different reasons why people worship. He said there's ibadatul abid that are afraid of being punished. And then there's ibadatul tujar, they want a reward. Like if you do this, you'll get this. And there's people that really get into that. Oh, you get 100 of that. And they add them up and have calculators and work out. Seriously, there's people that do that. It's amazing. But there are people that do that. But then he said there's ibadatul ahrar. The servitude of the free people that have entered into this contract with Allah because they want to worship Allah out of love of Allah, because Allah is worthy of being worshipped, which is the highest. So this is what he says. And then he says that as for the ibadah of Allah, the first thing is the definition of the Quran. The Quran is the da'wat al-khalq ila ibadatillah, right? It's inviting creation to worship Allah, and then to invite them to enter into this deen, a transaction with Allah. This deen, where you do things and Allah reciprocates. So, he says the ibadah is divided into two types. Usul al-aqa'id, which are the foundations of what you believe, and ahkam al-a'mal, and then the things that you do. So our ibadah is based on two things, belief and action. If you want to use a university or a high school metaphor, you have lab, right, where you learn the theory, and then you have lab. So you do the theory, and then you have the lab. You learn the theories about how things interact, and then you go into the lab and you see it. Our deen has theory, which is things that you need to learn and understand and believe. And one of the things about learning these things is they clear up so much trouble for you. Once you learn, I'll give you an example. Muli al-Arabi, one of the really interesting scholar. He lived about 200 years ago in Morocco. But he said that he had read the Quran from a perspective and had a realization that the Quran was really challenging human beings to take responsibility. And so he said that anything that happens is really from our own selves. That you can't change anything in reality other than yourself. Because if you try to change the world and you haven't changed yourself, you just make a mess of it. Really, you make a mess of it. And there's all these people that want to change the world, but they're so disturbed in their own being. Like the man who's fighting to eliminate pornography, and he's addicted to pornography. This happens. People are contradictions. There's people that are fighting to eliminate domestic violence, and they go home and beat their wife. It's amazing. We read the same newspapers. Right? This stuff happens all the time. It's so amazing, the contradictions that people carry around in them. And so he said that if you read the Quran from that perspective, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. God does not change a people until they change what's in themselves. Muslims want change in the Muslim world, but they're not willing to change themselves. Right? Really. We wonder why we're being treated the way we're being treated in so many places. But if you look at our societies, look how far we've fallen. Just as societies. So if you read the Quran, the most dangerous aspect of the Quran is it is criticizing us. The Quran is a critique. You can read it and it talks about the kuffar and all the... It's talking about... Read the Quran. It's talking about us. It's saying, where are you? Are you one of these people? Are you one of these people? Are you one of these people? It's talking to you. Now, you can read it and think it's all talking about these other people and I'm fine. And there's people that read it like that. But if you take the Quran seriously, the Quran is a deeply troubling book. It's a troubling book. It's what Houston Smith said, it's not a book you want to curl up at night with. And I think that's a really good description. And he wasn't making light of it at all. He's saying this book is going to challenge you. It's not for entertainment, the Quran. It's not a book for entertainment. So he says that it's to learn these, that the ibadah has aqa'id, beliefs, and then it has ahkam. It has rulings that relate to how you behave. So it has how you perceive the world, which is called right thinking, and then how you act in the world, which is right doing, right behavior. Istiqama in understanding and istiqama in belief. Now you have to have istiqama in your understanding in order for your actions to have uprightness. You can't have, if your actions are not based on your beliefs. العمل بلا علم جنون العلم بلا عمل جنون والعمل بلا علم لا يكون. You can't act without knowledge. If you're building a house and something's wrong, the walls aren't matching up, you have to go back to the measurements. You have to go back to the theory behind the house. I mean, every architect knows that. And that's why it's so important. If you look at the first generation, they are the blueprint for behavior. That's why we go back to them. If we look, one of the most challenging things about the Quran, and this is a radical belief about Muslims, Muslims are defeated from their own actions. And if you read the early seerah, all of it, that's what they were told again and again and again. If you're defeated, it's because of your own actions. Don't worry about those people. And this is why when the Prophet ﷺ said that that the time is coming when the nations, meaning the Jews and the Christians, would gobble you up like people come to a plate and devour and consume the plate. They said, أَمِنْ قِلَّةٍ يَوْمَئِذٍ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ? Is it because we're few? Look at the question. They didn't say, is it because they're many? They weren't asking about them. They were saying, what's wrong with us? Because they had tarbiyah nabawiyah. They had prophetic training. They knew how to assess the situation. So their question was, أَمِنْ قِلَّةٍ يَوْمَئِذٍ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ? That's a logistical question. Problems with the Muslims are never logistical. بَلْ أَنْتُمْ كَثِيرُونَ. Oh, you're multitudes. You're multitudes. وَلَكِنَّكُمْ غُثَاء. But you're like froth. You're like the froth. There's no substance there. وَلَكِنَّكُمْ غُثَاء كَغُثَاءِ السَّيْلِ. Just like a torrent, like when you have a torrent come down like a flood, it creates a froth. He said, that's what you're like. You're like that. It looks like it's substantial, but when you reach out, there's nothing there. And then he said something amazing. He said that your enemies would lose awe of you. Which is amazing. Because there was a time when the whole world was in awe of the Muslims. The whole world. They were in complete awe of them. They were worried more about Muslims attacking them. They weren't even thinking about attacking Muslims. They were worried about Muslims attacking them. They were fortifying their cities out of fear that their cities would be conquered by Muslim armies, not the other way around. And then he said something amazing also. He said that the disease that Muslims had would be wahan. Wahan. Now, wahan is an interesting word because in Arabic it means dha'f, like weakness. But Abu Hilal al-Askari, who wrote a book called Furuq al-Lugha, says the difference between weakness, which is dha'f, and weakness, which is wahan, is that wahan is the type of weakness that somebody who's strong, but they're acting like a weak person. So they have power, but they're behaving as if they were powerless. And what was that weakness? حب الدنيا وكراهية الموت. Love of material things. And distaste of sacrifice, of resistance. Which death, just sacrifice. People don't want to sacrifice. So the Prophet identified the problem in the heart. That's where he took everything. And that's what the Quran, if you understand the aqidah of the Muslims, it's a very, very empowering aqidah because it's telling you the problem is not outside of yourself, it's in you. And if you address the problem, you will see that things change around you. That is real empowerment. Because when you're disempowered, when you're told that, oh, the problem is they're too strong, or, oh, you can never do that, you don't have enough money, it's all outside, you're powerless. There's nothing you can do. But when you're told, it begins inside you. That's something I can do. I can't make this army out there disappear, but I can change what's in myself. And then Allah will make the army out there disappear. I mean, this is the Quranic narrative. People, I don't think I don't think Muslims read it anymore and think about it, because 100 years ago, Shakib Arsalan wrote a book, حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ, explaining why the Muslims had been defeated. And it was all from this perspective. And it was one of the most widely read books in the Muslim world, and everybody accepted it. Now, nobody ever talks about that. It's all outside. It's, and I tried to explain this once to a man, I won't say where he was from, but he said, it's all the kuffar. They did this whole thing to us. And I said, no, they're a symptom. It's like a parasite on a weak body. When you have a compromised immune system, you're susceptible to sickness. If your immune system is strong, then you can ward off. He said, no, it's kuffar. And then I quoted him several verses of the Quran, and finally he said, that you're right, the Quran does say that, but the kuffar took us away from the Quran. So at that point I gave up. Now, so the bawa'ith, those things that engender this desire to worship Allah and to enter into this state, are targhib and tarhib. Yuraghibu, to make targhib, make you desire something, raghba and rahba. irhab, to create some fear in you. It's an unfortunate fact that these hack translators translated terrorism as irhab, because it's not irhab. It's the wrong word for it. Though irhab is a beautiful Quranic term, and it shouldn't be used like that, But unfortunately, we have a lot of these newspapers, like they call fundamentalists usuliyun, which means that you studied usul al-fiqh. I mean, you can't, you have to be careful with words. Just call them fundamentalist. I mean, there's a whole bunch of words the Arabs use that aren't from Arabic, or mabda'iyun or something. Mabda'iyun, I don't know. But not usuliyun, please. Now, here, and this is what I wanted to get to, because this is very important. All of the meanings of Quran are 7. Everything in the Quran falls under one of these 7 categories. The verse will either be about one of these or will have more than one in it. But everything in the Quran can be read from these 7. This is the heuristic tool that I'm giving you before we go into the chapter, which I'm not going to finish because it's a very, Yasin is, there's just so much in there. But I think this will be useful for you in your study of the Quran, and that's why I wanted to share it with you, because it's helped me a lot. The first is ilm al-rububiyyah, is knowledge of Allah's rububiyyah, that Allah is Rabbul Alameen. So there are verses in the Quran, either part or the whole verse, which indicates rububiyyah. It's telling you that Allah is Rabb. And Rabb is, most of the ulama say that it's from it's from Rababa, but you have ishtiqaq, which the last letter in the word can be replaced with other letters. So the meaning of Lord is murabbi. It's the one that nurtures you. It's the one that takes you through stages of numu' or growth. And so Allah, in relation to creation, He is Rabb, because everything in the world is from His rububiyyah. Even the reason we're here. So much went into creating you. It's amazing what your parents and all their previous and coming together, and 9 months in your mother's womb with amazing, if you look at the mitotic cell division, all these things that are going on with the human being, there's an immense amount of the power, the divine power that's manifesting in creation, always, constantly. So ilm al-rububiyyah. And the second one is nubuwwah. It relates to prophets who are in direct communication, direct through angels and things like that. But all of us can communicate with our Lord. And there are signs, but we don't have direct access in the way that we can just simply understand what exactly God is telling us. How many times have things happened to you and you want to know, what is God trying to tell me? Everything that happens to you is to tell you something, but He's left it to us to try to work it out. But with the prophets, they tell us. And they give us this direct, so that we can really understand what is being expected from our Lord and what He wants from us. So the nubuwwah, and then the ma'ad. So ma'ad is those things, eschatology in if you want a big 50-cent word for things that happen in the next life. The ma'ad is when we go back to Allah, and those things that are going to happen in the akhirah. And then the ahkam, which are the legal rulings, the injunctions. There are ahkam in the Quran. There's awamir and nawahi, injunctions and prohibitions. And then the wa'ad and the wa'id. And you have to be careful of this, because wa'ad is used for wa'id in the Quran. But there is a difference, and it's an important distinction, because something a lot of Muslims don't know, and I don't know if the ulama don't tell people these things because they don't want them to misuse them or abuse them, but I always find these things fascinating. And one of them is about the wa'id, but I'm not going to tell you because you have to study to find this stuff out. But what's that? Give this targhib for learning. So the wa'ad is God's promise, and the wa'id is His threat. That Allah threatens us. Do this and I'll give you this. Do this and I'll do this to you. So the wa'id is the threat from Allah. And then finally the qasas. So they're the stories. Now the Quran, all of the verses in the Quran relate to one of these 7 things. The Fatiha contains all 7. And this is why the Fatiha is a summation of all the meanings of Quran. The reason Yasin is called Qalb al-Quran is because it focuses on the base, the 3 essential aspects of the religion that relate to belief. The heart is the place of belief. And the Quran, the 3 central meanings of Yasin are uluhiyat, Allah, the rububiyyah, the nubuwwah, and the ma'ad. Those are the 3 central focuses, and those relate to aqa'id, to our beliefs, what's in our heart. And that's why it's Qalb al-Quran. Yasin is Qalb al-Quran because it's about, and that's why it's traditionally was read. The hadith is a good hadith. I mean, Imam Ahmad relates it, Nasa'i, Tirmidhi. There's some weakness in the chain. There's ittirab in the chain and things like this. But one of the madnesses of modern Muslims is this idea of throwing out all the weak hadiths. And in the history of Islam, nobody did this. There's no doubt that there's problems with the hadith literature. There's probabilities of hadith in even the soundest collections that are not 100%. But you don't throw them out. So the weak hadiths, especially if the ulama, saw good in the meaning and encouraged it, because fadail al-amal, the virtuous actions, you can use weak hadith. We don't use weak hadith for what's called ahkam or aqaid, for belief type things. But for fadail al-amal, for doing virtuous actions, they're used. And Imam Ahmad in his usul uses weak hadith, which are really hasan hadiths. They're less than sahih. He uses them in ahkam. He preferred that over the opinions of men. But there are many weak hadiths about Yasin, which indicates, I mean, I did a translation of the collections of the Prophet ﷺ, and for people from the modern world, so they can understand this, weak hadiths are like C and D in a grading. You don't throw them out. You just don't use them as your example before the class, right? But they're not rejected. That's called F, which is mawdu'. F, fabricated, gets F. Now, there are weak hadiths that get D-. They're still not thrown out because the probability that the Prophet ﷺ said it is still there. So you can't just throw it out because there is a probability that he said it. It's just the probability is not, it's like 70% as opposed to 95%, which is a lot of the hadiths that are ahad in al-Bukhari or Muslim, or, they get like 98, 99. The only hadith that gets 100% is mutawatir hadith. Like the qira'at. The sheikh that recited for us at the beginning of this learned the 10 qira'at. Why 10? 7 are mutawatira. The 3 that are called ahad are still good qira'at. They're just not mutawatira. So you don't just throw them out, you still learn them. But we recite in canonical prayer, we recite with the qira'at. But in teaching and in other things, they use the ahad and even the shadh in Arabic. There are shadh qira'at that are still learned because the Arabic is sound and there's meanings in them. But it's not permitted to use them in prayer or for any canonical purpose. But they're just not thrown out. So it's important to note that because it's a big problem. So rububiyyah is ithbat wujud al-bari. It's what istidlal alayhi bi makhluqatihi. So the verses that deal with this are to let you know that Allah is the one who brought the world into existence, and the proof for His existence is through His creation. The word in Arabic, alam, is called ismu ala. It's a type of noun which is called the noun of instrument, like tabi'. You know, a tabi' is something you print things with. Alam is something that you know things with. So the alam is the way that you know your Lord. So ilm al-rububiyyah comes from the world. The way you know, when Allah says yasma' wa yara, that He hears and He sees, how do we know that? How do we know what that means? Because we can see in here, وَلَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. Nothing's like God. وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْبَصِيرُ. And yet, see that wow is isti'naf. It's not atf. You know, it's literally like, it's saying, and yet. Nothing is like Him, and yet. Despite nothing in the world being like Allah, He hears and He sees. Not like you hear and you see. But the only way you could even understand what that means is because you have hearing and seeing. وَلَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. Nothing is like Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that, in the Quran, Allah is telling us that through these verses that Allah has this rububiyyah in the world. And that's the way we understand it, is through the alam, is through the creation. So all these verses about winds moving, I mean, you read these about trees and looking at وَإِلَى الْإِبْرِ كَيْفَ خُلِقَتْ, looking at the camel and how it's created. All those are to tell you that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He is the Rabbul Alameen. And then the Nabuwah is to assert that the prophets are true. And especially the prophecy of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, because it's the one that's relevant for us. The previous ones were true, but they're no longer they're abrogated, basically. I mean, that's the proper word for it. The shara'i' التي سبقت الإسلام نسخت. They've been abrogated. We believe that. There is some Muslims, I mean, very small group, but there are some Muslims that say that religions are valid. You know, that still other religions. We don't say that. That's not an orthodox doctrine. And we have to assert that Islam abrogates previous dispensations. But I would add to that, and I think it's important to note, that there is a wisdom, without a doubt, why Allah has maintained the world as it is. And if you lose sight of that wisdom, you can become very arrogant about your own position. Because Muslims fall into the chosen people syndrome. Right? When the reality of it is, most of you are Muslim because you were born Muslim. You didn't even choose, it was just given to you. You know, there's some of us, it actually was a struggle to find it. But it was still a gift. I mean, I see it as a gift to even converts. But still, there was a process that you had to go through. You didn't know certain things. So it's very important to maintain humility with your faith. But it's a great blessing to be from a tradition of the prophets. But it's the greatest blessing to be from the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, irrespective of whatever's happening to the Muslims. Because the people of truth are often clobbered. I mean, in fact, when Allah loves you and you're disobeying Him, He usually clobbers you as a way of getting you close to Him. I mean, that's one of the ways, and that's why you can't judge people, oh, they're getting what they deserve. No, they might be getting what Allah wants them to get in order to get close to them, and you're the one that's not getting what you deserve. People don't think about that, but that's a reality. So, how much time left? Okay. So the next is the ma'ad, and then they have karamat. The prophets have these miracles. The next is the ma'ad, which is ithbat al-hashar, and then that Allah establishes Yawm al-Qiyamah, that we will be raised up. Iqamat al-Barahin, proving that. One of the things about Imam al-Farabi, he was the Imam of the logicians, Abu Faraj al-Farabi, and he was very brilliant. They say he spoke over 70 languages. Allahu A'lam. I knew somebody who spoke 28 languages, so I couldn't. And I once asked Dr. Omar how many languages he knew, and he said living or dead. So there are people that do learn lots of languages easily. I was told that if you master 3, you can crack the code, and then it just gets easy. But they call him an mu'allim al-thani, which is the second teacher, the first teacher in logic, not anything else. The first teacher was Aristotle, the mu'allim al-awwal. That's what the Arabs called him. But he said, I wish that I could meet Aristotle to ask him what he thought of man yuhyi al-'idham wa hiya ramim, who will bring the bones back to life after they've gone to dust. قُدْ يُحْيِيهَا الَّذِي أَنْشَأَهَا أَوَّلَ مَرَّةٍ. Say, he will bring them back to life, the one who brought them to life the first time. And Farabi just thought that was the most brilliant logical proof. It's called an enthymeme, where you exclude, you have a minor major premise, and then you have the conclusion. So you exclude one of the premises, and you come to the conclusion without showing the full logic of it because of the intuitive understanding of it. But anyway, what he was saying there was that what God is saying really is, whoever can create a thing one time can do it a second time. God created things one time, so he can redo it a second time. So that's his proof for resurrection. It's like it was a perfect logical syllogistic proof as far as Al-Farabi was concerned. So the Ma'ad, the Quran deals with the Ma'ad, and one of the most interesting things about the pre-Islamic Arabs is they didn't believe in the Ma'ad. All the people around the world believed in afterlife. But Arabs didn't believe in afterlife. They thought that this was it. And they actually believed that khulud was, the immortality of a person was through poetry. And so shahama in the Arabic language, ash-shahamatu al-ihtimamu bima yakhludu min al-dhikri. It's being concerned about things that will be remembered for a long time. So the shaham amongst the Arabs was the one that wanted to be remembered by doing great deeds, so that his praises would be sung by poets. But they didn't believe in a ba'ath. So it's quite extraordinary that the Prophet ﷺ and the Quran, that he came with this knowledge to the Arabs, but that he convinced them in 23 years. I mean, it's amazing that the Prophet ﷺ, it's a proof of how powerful this was for a people that did not believe in the Ma'ad, and within 23 years, all of them believed in it with great certainty. And obviously, the proofs in the Quran, there's 2 major proofs, which is the agricultural proof of just looking at land brought back to life after it's dead with water, but also the embryological proof, which is in Surah Al-Hajj. If you look at the 2 proofs, the embryological proof is a modern man's proof. And now we have cloning, which is amazing, because cloning, an-nash'at al-ula is the normal type. وَقَدْ عَلِمْتُم مِّن نَشْأَةِ الْأُولَى. You knew the first way that you're going to be, that you were created. But there's a second way that you can be recreated. And it's from one, the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah would recreate everybody from an indestructible seed that is in every human being. And they're going to be brought back to life from that indestructible seed, which some say is at the base of the coccyx, but Allahu A'lam. But the point is that we now know theoretically that somebody can be recreated from one small. It's amazing that they're coming up with this knowledge. سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا فِي الْآفَاقِ وَفِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَهُمْ أَنَّهُ الْحَقِّ. It's going to become clear to them that this is true. How did the Prophet ﷺ know that? That there was a little seed that the whole of the human being could be recreated from. So the ma'ad is very important. There are many verses. And then the ahkam are awamir wa nawahi, commands and prohibitions. And they have 5 types. You have wajib, mandub, mubah, makruh, and haram. So those are, everything can be categorized under one of those 5 things. But you also have in the ahkam, and this is important, you have ahkam that relate to the body, like praying and fasting relate to the body. But you also have ahkam that relate to the heart. And we forget this, that the Quran tells us about having khushu', about purifying our hearts. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا وَقَدْ خَابَ مَنْ دَسَّاهَا. These are also prohibitions and injunctions. You are required to work on purifying your heart. You are required not to have pride. Pride is haram. The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever enters into, nobody will enter into paradise if they have a mustard seed's weight of pride in their hearts. He said, أُمِرْتُ أَنْ أَتَوَاضَعَ حَتَّى لَا يَفْخَرَ أَحَدٌ عَلَى أَحَدٍ أو لا يبغي أحد على أحد. I was commanded to be humble. تواضعوا يا عباد الله. Be humble. So pride, all these things, this is an important aspect of the Quran. Ikhlas. Having ikhlas to Allah. وَمَا أُمِرُوا إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ مُخْلِصِينَ. They were only commanded Allah. They were only commanded to worship Allah sincerely. مُخْلِصِينَ لَهُ الدِّينَ. And the religion is only for Him. Everything you do is only for Allah. So having riyah in your heart, doing things so that other people say this, that, or the other about you. And then the wa'ad is the promise of the good of the dunya and the akhirah. رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. Having good in this world. Victory is promised from Allah. If you obey Allah, if you do what Allah tells you, He will, and He can stop people from attacking you. He kaffa aydihum ankum bibatni Makkah. He stopped some people from harming you in that valley in Mecca. He's reminding the Sahaba, don't you remember when they could have caused you harm, Allah stopped them. Allah can stop people from doing harm. Wallahi, He can pull all these troops out. Allah does everything. هو محرك القلوب. القلوب بين إصبعين من أصابع الرحمن. All of the hearts are between, and this is anthropomorphic language, but obviously we understand it to be ما قدر الله حق قدره. They didn't estimate Allah with true estimation. But it says that the hearts are between the fingers of the merciful. And the heart is, how is it made supple? With dhikr of Allah. The heart should be, if it's supple, then it will be molded by the fingers of the Rahman. Allah will mold your heart. But if your heart becomes hard, if there's qasawa, qasat qulubuhum, their hearts become hard, then it's broken, it's crushed by Allah. That's what happens. So your heart should be supple, so that it's molded to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not in this state of harshness in which it's وَلَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. It's nothing like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then finally the wa'id, which is the warning of being, and it's iqab in dunya and akhirah, khizyun. You will have humiliation in this world if you disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now people can say, well, why do the kuffar, there's people that are not worshiping Allah and they have all this izzah, and it's not real izzah, it's worldly izzah. On Yawm al-Qiyamah, everything gets switched around. Tyrants are raised up like ants in the akhirah. They're crushed by people. They're insignificant people. So the dunya, if you use the ma'yar or the standard of this world, you can become deluded about our place in this world. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. And then finally the qasas are the akhbar of the prophets in the Quran, all the stories. And it's important. And also the stories of the righteous, like Luqman al-Hakim and the people of Ahlul Kahf. There's wisdom in their stories. There's things to learn. And also the stories of the destroyed people and why they were destroyed. Because we learn through stories. We learn through narrations. And then humans are also attracted by stories. I mean, one of the things that some of the
Sahaba said to the Prophet, because the Jews had said, oh, we have stories in our book, you don't have, you know. And if you look at Surah Yusuf came down, it's the only surah that is similar to the Bible in its narrative form. And one of the reasons for that is to show people who criticize the Quran for not being like other books, that if Allah wanted to, He's already done that. If He wanted to make it like the Bible, He would have just revised the Bible. But this is a new message, and it's for the last people. And so it has all of the elements that are useful to the last people in it. And then finally, I'm going to quickly go over, and I'll end here, that Ibn Juzay identifies 12 sciences. The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever speaks about the Quran from his opinion is wrong, even if he's right. And one of the things that the ulama traditionally were terrified of doing was commenting on what the Quran means. Because you're arrogating to yourself an understanding of what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to His creation, which is an incredibly dangerous thing to do. But many of the ulama understood that hadith to mean if you did not have the adawat, the tools of understanding the Quran, then you shouldn't speak about the Quran. There's 12 that he identifies. The first is tafsir itself. That you know that the tafsir, there's a difference between tafsir and ta'wil. Some of the ulama say that they're the same, and others say that tafsir is the outward meaning of the actual mabna. So you have like, inna is a type of, a tool in the Arabic language that's used for emphasis. All right, it's for tawqid. And so you understand what that means, the tafsir. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, innaka lamin al-mursaleen, you know that it's emphasizing that. And then the lam there is also to even create a stronger emphasis. Or that it's, you also know that it's jawab qasam, something like that. I mean, those are the tools that you need to understand. Fasar in Arabic just means kashf. It means to unveil something. And one of the things Imam Ali said about Ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhuma is he said, يُفَسِّرُ الْقُرْآنَ كَأَنَّهُ يَنظُرُ إِلَى الْغَيْبِ مِنْ وَرَاءِ سَتَارٍ رَقِيقٍ. He interprets the Quran as if he's looking at the unseen through a gauze fabric. And that's how amazing Ibn Abbas's understanding of the Quran, because the Prophet ﷺ made that dua for him. So, tafsir, and then the qira'at. You should know the qira'at. For instance, in Yasin it says, Tanzil al-Aziz al-Hakim, which is mansub. And then it says in Warsh, which was read tonight, Tanzil al-Aziz al-Hakim, which is marfu'. So if you don't know that there's more than one way to read that, because in one, it could be mubtada, it could be khabar of mubtada mahdhuf. In the other, it could be, it could be mansub lil masdariya, because it's saying anzalahu tanzilan or something like that. So it's mansub ala al-masdar. There's different. If you don't know the qira'at, then you can make mistakes. And that's why you have to know qira'at, or you'll go astray in interpreting the Quran. And then you have to know the ahkam. So you have to know that there's rules in the Quran. There are verses that are abrogated. There's verses, and then naskh, which is abrogation. Like the Quran, you don't put the woman in the house until she dies. Right? That's abrogated. So you have to know those things, because there's verses in the Quran that don't have applicability. And then the hadith, because if the Prophet said something about a verse, and we're fortunate, and I say fortunate because the Prophet did this for our benefit. We are fortunate that the Prophet did not. He did it as a mercy to us in enabling the Quran to be interpreted in many, many different ways. Because had the Prophet said this is what the verse meant, nobody could ever dare say it meant anything else. And so the Prophet ﷺ, as a mercy to us, it's very limited what he actually spoke about the Quran. Now one could say, well, he would have solved all the problem. That's true. But it's for this honoring human beings and their intellect and giving them the ability to think for themselves and not have everything spelled out for them. It's a great blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's one of the blessings that the Prophet said. He said, Mawti khayrul lakum. Right? Tuhdithuna fayuhdatha lakum. You know, my death is good for you. I mean, the greatest musibah of our ummah was his death. But he said, my death is good for you. Because you do things and rulings come down. If I stayed with you, those rulings would keep coming down until you couldn't do them all. So the fact that the revelation stopped was a blessing to people because it would have gotten too much. So, and then al-qasas, knowing the stories of the prophets, like in Habib al-Najjar, in the Surah Yasin, there's a story in there, so to know that story. Tasawwuf, which we could go on a long thing of what that means, but basically it's about tazkiyah, tasfiyah, purification of the heart, and then usul al-din, aqidah, usul al-fiqh, which is understanding, especially language, like al-amr yadullu ala al-wujub adatan, that if a command comes in the Quran, it's for an obligation normally. Sometimes it's not, like kulu wa sharabu wa la tusrifu, eat and drink, but not to excess. It's not haram to eat every once in a while to have your full, but generally it's makruh to do that. You know, so there's things like that, even though that's a command. And then lugha al-Arabiya, to know the language, to know you know, the marfu'at, the mansubat, the majrurat, to know the ishtiqaqat, to know the basic sarf of the Quran. And then al-bayan, which is balagha, which is ma'ani, to know badi'a, ilm al-badi'a, which is muhassinat al-lugha, how the lugha embellishes itself, to know the rhetorical devices, isti'ara, to know what majaz is, kinaya, you know, these type things, tibaq, iltifat, understanding those things. So these are all the tools. And now there's people that think, oh, they can just talk about the Quran without having studied any of this stuff. And it's a disaster because, you know, you can really get yourself into trouble. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of you and reward, inshallah, the people that have been behind this Medina Institute. And inshallah, I hope you have a blessed time during, you know, these lessons. Really good people that we have here. So, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Alhamdulillah. Allahumma wafiq al-Islam wal Muslimin. اللهم وفقنا في إسلامنا يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم سدد خطانا، لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك. اللهم هون علينا في هذه الأيام المصائب التي نزلت في تكساس. اللهم لا ترد علينا ردودا سيئة على المسلمين في أمريكا وفي غيرها يا أرحم الراحمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الهوى ومن العجب وسطوته ومن اللسان وفلتته ومن القلم وزلته. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين وافتح على الحاضرين والغائبين يا أرحم الراحمين. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah. Before we start, I just
want to do a few La ilaha illallah and then pray on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Astaghfirullah, 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 astaghfirullah. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما فاعلم أنه لا إله إلا الله 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 أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن سيدنا محمدا عبده ورسوله سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. The ulama traditionally started any science with 10, what they called al-mabadi al-ashara. Did anybody do that? Any teachers before? Did anybody do that in this program? Okay. Every science has what are called al-mabadi al-ashara, and these are like al-mabda in Arabic is a beginning place. It's the place where you begin something. So it's a foundation. It's something that everything else starts from or emanates from. And so they considered that there were 10 foundations that you should know before you actually started in on something. And there are many versifications of these things, but probably one of the most famous is إِنَّ الْمَبَادِيَ كُلِّ فَنٍ عَشَرَةٍ الْحَدُّ وَالْمَوْضُوعُ ثُمَّ الثَّمْرَةُ. Every science, fen, and the Arabs traditionally called a branch of knowledge a fen, the art of. Like we talk about the art of poetry or the art of this or the art of medicine. So it's very similar to that idea. The fen is the art of something. So everything had these, every art has 10 mabadi or beginning points. Al-haddu is the definition of a thing. And so the definition of something is getting to the essence of it. And one of the things about modern people is that they don't really know hudud anymore. Like in Arabic, tilka hudud Allah, fala ta'taduha. These are the limits that God has sent. And so don't transgress the limits. The limits of language are the definitions, the had that you use. It's very important when we speak that we understand the words that are being used. One of the great problems in human societies is the breakdown of communication. If I use a word like freedom, what is the definition of freedom? Americans are always talking about freedom. What is freedom? Hurriya. Because in Arabic, freedom is very different from the definition of freedom in this culture. For instance, freedom in the pre-Islamic
culture, the hur was in contradistinction to the slave. So a free person was somebody who was not a abd. The hur and the abd. Now, one of the interesting things about Islam is it makes you Abdullah. Now, if you're Abdullah, what does that mean in the relationship to everything else? You're free. Because the ubudiyyah is only to Allah. It's not to anything else. And so, the hurr, the Arab poet says, al-hurru abdun ma tam', that the free man is a slave as long as he's covetous, as long as he's greedy, as long as he wants. Wal-abdu hurrun ma tam', and the slave is a free man if he's content. Which gets to the essence of the Arab understanding of freedom before Islam. That freedom is moral freedom. It's freedom from want, not freedom to. In our culture, freedom has almost been entirely defined by freedom to. Now, I'm using this just as an example because I could give a whole talk just on freedom and the different ideas about freedom, but I'm only using that as a segue into the idea that when terms are not defined, miscommunication arises. So if you're talking about aggression to me, and your understanding of aggression is my understanding for terrorism, we don't have a dialogue. So you're saying I'm an aggressor and I'm saying you're a terrorist this is like the Arabs who say, one of the Jahili Arabs was asked, what is oppression? Ma huwa haddul jawr? What is the definition of injustice? And he said, when my neighbor comes and takes my goats and my camels and my women, because they had razaya, they had, the ghuzat, the Arabs in Jahili Arab, they used to go and attack the other people. And he said, well, so what's justice? And he said, when I go take his goats and his camels and his women. So the Arabs also say, ba'ukum tajurru wa ba'ila tajur. Your preposition works in the sentence, but you're not granting my preposition the same agency. That's a grammarian's way of saying the same thing. So a Yemeni told me, he said the whole problem with America, he said, it's like the wolf that came down and the sheep was drinking from the pond, and he said, I'm going to eat you. And he said, why? And he said, kaddarta alayya al-ma. You got the water all muddy. And the sheep said, when? He said, last year. And the sheep said, I wasn't born last year. And the wolf said, well, your father did it. So we don't have communication, so you have to identify things. Now the word had means limit. Mahdud means limited. Like Imam Tahawi says about God, la hududa. God has no had, has no limit. He's limitless, without limit. So a definition defines something and gives you, and it's done through what they call tard wa aks. It's done through exhausting the possibilities. So when you describe, if you give a definition of a human being, the logicians defined the human being in the Arabic tradition as al-hayawan al-natiq. Right? This is the al-hayawan al-natiq, the speaking animal. That we're animal, we're hayawan, but we're not like other animals because we're rational. We can speak, we can articulate. That's why in Arabic, logic is called mantiq, which is the tool by which you speak. So the natiq is the one that can speak and make arguments and set up arguments. That is the definition of a human being. And then you have descriptions of human beings. A lot of people confuse descriptions with definitions. So when we look at the definition of tafsir, haddu tafsir, what is tafsir? In order to get to a definition, you have to look, first of all, the Arabs, the scholars of this tradition always say, you have to explain the term. You have to know the definition of the term itself. The term tafsir comes from al-fasar, which is kashf, to unveil or to remove a veil from something, to remove something so that you can see it. كشفنا عنك الغطاء. We have removed the ghita from your eyes. We've removed the ghita. People have a ghita. They have this veil over their eyes. Allah says that He removes that veil on Yawm al-Qiyamah. And then فَبَصُرُكَ الْيَوْمَ حَدِيد. Today your eyes are like hadid, piercing, eagle eyes. So the word, and when you get into ilm al-ishtiqaq, which is a very interesting knowledge in Arabic, which is the science of word derivations and the fact that words that share letters have similar meanings. And this is throughout Arabic, which is one of the miracles of Arabic and a proof that the language is tawqifiyya, that no human beings could have worked this out to put, because words share a letter like ilm, amal, and lama'. You know, if you just switch the words around, ilm, and then put amal, and then lama', those are the three that come out of that. So ilm is knowledge, amal is action, action is based on knowledge, and when people know something and act according to their knowledge, they become lama', brilliant. Al-ma'i is a brilliant scholar. So they're related. Now, fasar in Arabic is kashafna. Another related word is safar, to journey. What happens when you journey? Journeys are about discovery. Journeys are about unveiling. The Arabs say, yusfiru an damirihi. He's telling me what's inside. He's revealing his innermost thoughts to me. The Arabs say that the musafir is the one yusfiru an khuluqihi. A traveler will let you know his character, because when people travel, their character gets unveiled. So the tafsir is the science of unveiling the meanings of Quran. It's to reveal the meanings of Quran. That's the had. The mawdu' of the topic of the Quran, the next is the mawdu'. The topic of the Quran is kalam Allah. That's what it's about. The topic of the Quran is dealing with kalam Allah. And then its thamra, its benefit, is ma'rifatu kalamillah tibqan lil waqi'. You know, it's to understand the knowledge of, and as a way of drawing near to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you understand, that's the benefit that is derived from the science itself. The benefit. The benefit is to know, when I read the Quran, Yasin, wal Quran al-Hakim, I know what Quran al-Hakim means. And the benefit of that is that I understand that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking to me. Now, if I know, when we get into the masail, I'll do that when I get there. But and then the next is وَفَضْرُهُ. The fadl of the Quran, وَفَضْرُهُ nisbatun وَوَاضِعٌ. The fadl is the virtue of the science itself. There's different sciences have different virtues. For instance, grammar is a beautiful science. It's one of the most important sciences because without it you can't understand classical languages. English is not a grammatical language. It has a grammar. It has a grammar, but it's not a grammatical language in that you do not need to know its grammar to understand it. It's very easy to learn Arabic, to learn English and communicate in English, and you're going to have miscommunications, but you can understand it without knowing, because it's not an inflected language. So if I say akada Musa kusa in Arabic, I have to understand Musa as a person and kusa as a food, because the inflection of that sentence, it could be the zucchini ate Moses. that could be the meaning. If Kusa is marfu' and Musa is mansub. But I don't know that because the harakat don't show up. That's the way English is. So there's room for ambiguity in English in terms, but English follows a syntax. English doesn't let you say the cucumber ate Musa and it means Musa ate the cucumber. In Arabic, you can say the cucumber ate Musa, but you can mean Musa ate the cucumber. Do you see the difference? Because the syntax in Arabic, the structure of the language is very flexible. You can put the verb at the end. You can put the verb at the beginning. You can put the verb in the middle. In English, you put it in the beginning or the middle. In German, you put it at the end. There's a Jewish theory that that's why they were able to do what they were doing, because they don't think about the action until the end of their sentence. So language there's a lot of problems that happen in communication. Now, if you look at knowing i'rab, you have to know grammar. Arabs, modern Arabs, they can read a newspaper, but if you forced most modern Arabs to read it with the ashkal, they'd be all over the place. In fact, the Arabs say, alhanu min qari. He's making more mistakes than somebody reciting from a book. Meaning that it's very easy to make mistakes in Arabic. I mean, even ulama who really know Arabic very well make grammatical mistakes sometimes. Really, it just happens. And it's rare. One of the few people I ever saw that I've never heard him make a mistake grammatically was Shaykh Mustafa al-Makki. He was an Egyptian Azhari that I used to go listen to him do commentary on the hadith. And it was just, people used to go just to hear him talk. There were people there that really weren't even interested in the lecture. I think they were just like, it's amazing. You know, just the way he talks. Allah yarhamuhu. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya is like that also. So there are Shaykh Sa'id Ramadan al-Buti. I mean, these people are like maraja in Arabic. If you listen to them, and they've spent, but still, you get into these books and you will find that they can misunderstand things. Many times Arabs know that when you read a sentence, sometimes you have to go back to the beginning because you worked out that, oh, what you thought was actually the subject was the object. So you get back and you have to go back and read it again. So it's a grammatical language in that it doesn't allow you to understand it without having either intuitive knowledge of grammar, which is how the pre-Islamic Arabs had it, and the early Arab Muslims, or to later on to learn it. And that's the way we have to do it now. You have to learn grammar to be able to read it properly. And so that the fadl of Arabic is that grammar has fadl. My point was grammar has a great virtue, but it's low on in the Islamic sciences. It's the one you have to start with. Like one of the little phrases I learned early on was أهمها عقائد ثم فروع تصوف وآدة بها الشروع. You know, this is like tartib of knowledge. The most important knowledge, أهمها عقائد, is to learn your aqidah. And then فروع, to learn like the practical things to do in your religion, tasawwufun, to work on purifying your heart, and then alatun biha shuru', and then a tool that you have to begin with, which is Arabic grammar. So even though it's the least of the sciences, all of them are based on it. Al-Arabiyyatu miftah al-ulum. Al-Arabiyyatu miftah al-ulum. It is the key to knowledge in our religion. If you don't know Arabic, you do not have access to knowledge in the same way that there's secondary sources, and you meet people that are very learned about Islam. So you can't say that somebody can't understand Islam without understanding Arabic. I don't believe that. But to get into the sciences of Islam, you have to learn Arabic. And certainly these primary sources, because they'll be until the end of time in Arabic. The Quran cannot be translated. It can't. And in reality, no real great literature can be translated. It just doesn't work. Anybody who knows two languages and has read a piece of great literature in both languages, they know the original is always better, if they really know it, because you can't. And language is too nuanced. So that is, and then nisbatun, the nisba is what the science is related to. Like طب is نسبته إلى العلوم التي تتعلق بصحة ومرض البدن. It's a science that's related to the health and disease of a body. That's the relationship. Tafsir نسبته إلى علوم الشرعية. It is in fact أفضلها وأعلاها. It's the highest and most exalted of all the sciences of Sharia. So this is its relationship to other sciences, is that. And then al-wadi' is the one who first formulated the science. It's important to know that because those people have fadl. They have virtue. And so classically, the scholars always honored the one who came with the science first. Like Imam al-Shafi'i was honored by being the founder of usul al-fiqh. That does not mean that the ulama weren't using usul before Shafi'i. They were. He was the one that saw what they were doing and articulated the methodology and theory. Nobody had done that before him. In the same way that Aristotle is the inventor of logic, but he wasn't the first person to ever use logic. People were using logic. Plato and Socrates are filled with Aristotelian. In fact, Aristotle uses most of his examples from Plato and Socrates, but he was the one that identified what they were doing, the formula. So tafsir has been going on from the very beginning. The Prophet was explaining the Quran. The ulama differ on who really is wadi' al-tafsir. Most of them say ar-rasikhun fil ilm. They're the ones Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says about the Quran that it has two types of ayahs, the clear ayahs and the hazy ayahs. And then it says, that the people who have diseases in their heart follow the hazy ayahs, which is always a sign that somebody's not well. If they ask you what certain verses mean and they're hazy verses, it's always a sign that something's going on. But Allah says, وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ يَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا. The people firmly rooted in knowledge. And it says, وَلَا يَعْلَمُ تَأْوِيلَهُ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. Nobody knows the ta'wil except Allah of these hazy verses. وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ. Some of the ulama say the wow there is called atf. It's a conjunction. And so it's actually saying Allah knows them and the rasikhun fil ilm, and then stop. And others say no, the wow is actually isti'naf. The sentence stops at la ya'lamu ta'wiluha illa Allah, that only Allah knows the ta'wil, and the rasikhun fil ilm say about that, we accept it. It's all from Allah. So there's a difference of that wow in tafsir. But Imam Ibn Abbas radiyallahu anhu said, وَأَنَا مِنَ الرَّاسِخِينَ. He actually said, I'm from amongst the rasikhin who know the ta'wil of the Quran, because the Prophet ﷺ said, Allahumma faqihu fi ad-din wa 'allimhu ta'wila. Faqihu fil Quran wa 'allimhu ta'wila. Teach him the Quran, the meanings of Quran, and teach him how to do interpretation of the Quran. So he was from those people. So this is a khilaf that's been going on for a long time. وَكُلُّ نَصٍ أَوْهَمَ التَّشْبِيهَ أَوْوِلْهُ وَأَوْفَوِّضْ وَرُمْ تَنْزِيهَ. There's ulama that say you can interpret everything in the Quran, and then there's other ones that say, except even the huruf al-muqatta'at, they have meanings that they say relate to those words. And they say that it's open as long as you have the adawat. If you have the tools of knowledge, right, then you can make that tafsir or ta'wil. If you don't, you can't. So Ibn Abbas is also, some say that he is the first real mufassir of the Quran, Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu. And if Ibn Abbas said something, it has a lot of authority amongst the ulama just because of who he is. And then the important thing is to determine, did he actually say it? Is the sanad sound or not? But generally, Ibn Abbas is after the Prophet ﷺ. If Ibn Abbas says something about the Quran, he has a position amongst the ulama and the mufassirun that is very high. And then al-ism is ilm tafsir, and it's also ta'wil, right? Because tafsir and ta'wil have synonymous meanings. Some of the ulama say no, that tafsir is what the words mean, like al-Quran. It's from qara'a, and the root is jama', to gather something, and it's the gathering of these words. Some say that it's غير مشتق, it's its own word. It just means al-Quran, it's the name, like Allah. Some say Allah is not from al-ilah, it's just Allah. That's the proper name of God, and Allahu a'lam what it means. So these are differences, but if you know the differences, then that's also a type of knowledge of the meaning of the actual articulation. Al-Hakim is from hakama, which is to control something, to judge something, to be wise. Hikmah is wisdom. Hukm is judgment. Hakam is a judge. So Al-Hakim is the one, and then it's on a certain wazn that means fa'il and it means maf'ul. So it can be the thing that is judged, or the thing that is perfect, muhkam, it's complete in there's a perfection to it, and it can also be the wise. So generally it's interpreted here as the wise Quran, al-dhikr al-hakim, that it's wise. So that is knowing the tafsir, if you know the meanings. But then the ta'wil those are the denotations. If you want a word that's used in lexicology, a denotation is what the word specifically means. The connotation are the meanings that are possible, that are derived from that basic meaning. So when I say, for instance, hand, in English, this is a hand. But I also say, lend me a hand. I don't mean cut off your hand and I can borrow it. Like, lend me a hand. I'm asking you for help. So a connotation of hand can be help. You can also say, his hand is more powerful than his hand. Now I'm talking about power. You can say, I've got to hand it to him. Right? I mean, there's lots of ways that hand can be used. In Arabic, there's literally, there's about 17 meanings for hand. In dasht, which is Farsi, like Imam al-Ghazali said, about people that were translating Quran into Farsi, he said you should never translate Yadullah into Dasht Khoda. Because he said if you say Dasht in Farsi, he said it doesn't mean the same things it means in Arabic, so you're delimiting the meaning, which he said is unjust to the Book of Allah. It's a problem with translation. Because Arabic meanings are very vast. So that is, ta'wil and tafsir are the names, but it's usually ilm at-tafsir is the name that's given for this science. And then al-istimdad, where does the science draw its knowledge from? Al-istimdad, yastamiddu, from what? What does it draw its knowledge from? It draws its knowledge from the book, the sunnah, and then fatahul al-Arab fil balagha. The great Arabs of Jahiliyyah, al-Arab al-Arba, al-Arab al-Musta'riba, qabla al-Khadrama. It's the Arabs that really knew Arabic. So you can use classical Arabic to interpret the Quran. And one of the most foundational principles of Quranic interpretation is that it be in accordance with the Arabic language. If you make a tafsir that is not in accordance with the Arabic language, there's two things. Usually it's considered batil, but there are some of the ulama that allow for what's called ishara, right? Ishara, which is a meaning that has a truth to it, but it's not really specific to the actual language itself. But there's a truth to it. So for instance, attaqullah wa yu'allimukum Allah. Have taqwa of Allah and God will teach you. Many scholars have used that as a jumla shartiyya, a conditional sentence. If you have taqwa, God will teach you. That's not what the Arabic says. So that's an ishara from the ayah. It's not a tafsir of the ayah. Do you see? Because the ayah actually says, attaqullah wa yu'allimukum Allah kayfa tattaqun. Have taqwa of Allah and God will teach you what you need to have taqwa. That's actually the meaning of the Arabic in the way that it presents itself. But you can take an ishara like that. But isharas are very dangerous. And Imam al-Sulami wrote a book called Al-Haqa'iq, which is a Sufi interpretation of the Quran. Some of the ulama said it's not haqa'iq, it's bawatil. because haqa'iq means realities, bawatil means falsehoods. So some of the ulama said it's bawatil. So this has been going on for a long time, as you can assess from that. What Imam Ibn Juzay al-Kalbi says, إِذَا أَنصَفْنَا, if we're fair, فِيهِ حَقَائِقُ وَبَوَاطِل. There's realities in it and there's also falsehoods. So tafsir can have ishara is a dangerous thing. And some of the Sufis took completely outrageous meanings that are unacceptable. And some of them took isharat, an example of that about like Salamun ala Yasin, like in relation to Yasin. Salamun ala Yasin. In Surah Safat, it says, peace be upon Yasin. Some of them say it means, there's different qira'at. One of the qira'at is Yasin, and so they say it actually means Ilyas, because the siyaq, the context of the verse, was talking about Ilyas. And the other ayahs mention that, peace be upon the prophet that it was talking about. So here it means Ilyasin. But there's a qira'ah sab'iyah that says Al-Yasin, the family of Yasin. Some of them say Ilyas was Ilyas ibn Yasin. And so it was actually the family of Yasin. Some of them say that Yasin means the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that it means Ya Sayyid or Ya Insan, and it's addressing the Prophet. Innaka Yasin, innaka. Surely you, Yasin, are from the messengers. So they say, Salaman ala al Yasin is prayers that peace be upon the family of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Some of them say Yasin is a name for Quran. And so, Salamun ala al Yasin, Salamun ala al Quran. So these are interpretations. If you look, even one of the great Sufi commentators of the Quran, Ibn Ajiba, says about Salamun ala al Yasin, it says, Asiyaqu ya'ba, hada ta'wil. The context really doesn't allow for this interpretation. But yet, Ibn Kathir, a very authoritative scholar of tafsir, brings that as a tafsir of that verse, that it meant the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So these are the ways that the scholars now have looked at this science. With tafsir, you have what's called naqal, and then you have aqal. Naqal and aqal are the tradition and then reason. These are the two components in tafsir. Naqal is what's handed down, and then aqal is how you understand what's handed down. Some of the ulama say, really the only safe tafsir is naqal. We should just say what the first three generations said and not really go beyond that. And other ones said that's insane, because the Quran is salihun li kulli zaman. It's appropriate for every time and place. And the reason that the Prophet ﷺ did not interpret it was for us to be able to derive meanings from it until the end of time. So the Quran is something where Ibn Umar was asked about tafsir, and he said, Ahsunu tafsirihi az-zaman. The best tafsir of the Quran is time itself. Just allow its meanings to unveil. Right? So the hukm al-shari' is that it's fard kifaya. Hukm al-shari' is that it's fard kifaya. That somebody has to learn it amongst our community, because the book always has to be understood. One of the problems in the modern Muslim world is that the Quran is memorized, but the tafsir is not learned. And the Prophet ﷺ said, "Antum fi zamanin qalilun qurra'uhu, kathirun fuqaha'uhu." You're in a time when the people who recite the Quran are few, but the people who understand it are many. And he said, وَسَيَأْتِي عَلَى أُمَّتِي زَمَانٍ كَثِيرٌ قُرَّاؤُهُ قَلِيلٌ فُقَهَاؤُهُ يَحْفَظُونَ حُرُوفَهُ وَيُضَيِّعُونَ حُدُودَهُ. But a time will come on my community, a time will come on my community when there will be many Quran reciters, but few people who understand the Quran. They will master its letters, but they won't follow its injunctions. So the Prophet ﷺ warned about simply learning. It's a good thing to, and rote memorization is a beautiful thing, and it's one of the qualities of our ummah. but the Arabs say حفظ وقرين خير من حفظ سطرين خير من قراءة وقرين وفهم سطرين خير من حفظ وقرين. To memorize 2 little lines is better than reading several pages, but to understand 2 little lines is better than memorizing several pages. So that's an important aspect. And then masailu are what is the Quran about? Well, the Quran tafsir, there are different tafsirs. The masail of the Quran are the awamir wa nawahi, the injunctions, prohibitions. That's the fiqh of the Quran. And certain ulama deal with that. Those are called tafsirs of ahkam. Like Imam al-Qurtubi, his tafsir deals largely with the ahkam of Quran. Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, his tafsir is called Ahkam al-Quran. It deals with the ahkam. He focuses on the verses that relate to injunctions and prohibitions. And then you have tafsirs and al-Jassas from the Hanafi madhab. Then you have tafsirs that focus on the grammar of the Quran, i'rab al-Quran. So there's a whole slew of Qurans that deal with that. Then you have Qurans that deal with the balagha of Quran, like al-Kashaf, which is one of the favorite traditionally Qurans of tafsirs of the ulama, which was written by Imam Zamakhshari, the Mu'tazili scholar. It's a brilliant tafsir, but it deals largely with the rhetorical nature of the Quran. Baqallani also wrote on that, I'jaz al-Quran, from that aspect of it. Al-Rifa'i and other ones. And then you have the tafsirs that are naqal, ma'thur. They're tafsirs that relate all the hadiths, like Ibn Kathir is focused on naqal. And then you have tafsirs that are related to the vastness of the Quran, like Imam al-Razi, Fakhruddin al-Razi. Some of the ulama, and it's like a hasad, but some of the ulama said about his tafsir, Mafatih al-Ghaib, فيه كل شيء إلا تفسير. There's everything in it except tafsir. Like my talk. Because people are saying, when's he going to get to Yasin? Yasin's not easy. Yeah, because tafsir scares me. I don't like tafsir because it's a heavy thing. It's a weighty thing. سَنُلْقِي عَلَيْكَ قَوْلًا ثَقِيلًا. We're going to thrust on you a weighty word. The Quran used to, when the Prophet had the Quran come down, the camel, Abu Bakr had his leg under the Prophet's thigh, and he thought his leg was going to break from the weight of the Prophet's thigh when the wahi was coming down. But the camel couldn't ever hold him. If the Quran came down when he was on the camel. And one of the amazing things is that the Quran has been revealed in all these different places. Like fi sama on al-Isra, fil ard, and bayna sama'i wal ard when he was on the camel. I mean, they use these examples that the Quran was revealed in all these different situations. Even in his bedroom, when he was with Aisha, he said she was the only woman that the Quran was revealed like that to him. So, but Fakhruddin deals with philosophy, he deals with amazing meanings of the Quran and goes into that. So these are all the types of things. And then you have Tafsir Ishari, which are the Sufi tafsirs. And there's no doubt anybody who's fair, some of them are fascinating. They're very interesting to read because you just marvel at how they get these meanings out of the verses. Imam al-Qushayri's tafsir is beautiful, and it's generally a very accepted tafsir. And Ibn Ajiba has some amazing insights into the Quran, and because he was such a vast scholar of the outward sciences, he'll tell you when he thinks they're off on this one. So these are all the different variations of the Quran. So now we'll begin. So that's what, I just wanted to give you, that's what the first lecture was, giving you a definition of the Quran, دعوة الخلق إلى عبادة الله, right? والدخول في دينه is the invitation of God to this worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to enter into this deen with him. And then I went through what's that's based on, the aqaid and the ahkam, based on the understanding and then the actions that relate to that understanding, and then based on the 7 subject matter of the Quran. Of every verse is one of those or more of those 7 meanings about the rububiyat, right? Uluhiyat, the rububiyat, the nubuwat, the ma'ad, the ahkam, right? What else? Wa'ad and wa'id and the qasas. So those are the real foundation. And then this one was to let you know just what these 10 things are about this science. And now Surah Yasin is, surah in Arabic is it can mean a fence or something, an enclosure. So it's something that's enclosed in something. And the surat, it's also yujma' ala suwar and surat, but it's an enclosure. Yusawiruhu aswira, the women know, they wear the siwar, right? And the siwar is from the same root. So the siwar is something that encompasses your wrist. So the surah is something that encompasses, in this it's like a chapter, what we would call in English a chapter, but it's an encompassing theme. And one of the very profound aspects of the Quran that's quite stunning when you get into it, and very few scholars have done it. Ibn Zubair al-Granati is one of them. I mean, Shaykh Muhammad Ghazali wrote a book recently before he died, Allah yarhamuhu, called The Themes of Quran. And in the introduction, I don't know why they did this, but they said like he was the first scholar to do that. So whoever wrote that introduction hasn't read Tafsir, because there were a lot of scholars that have done that. But they're not as many as one would think. But the famous ones, Imam Suyuti wrote a tafsir on the themes of Quran, Ibn Zubair al-Granati, but probably the best is al-Biqa'i, whose tanasib al-ayat is amazing when he shows how verses and surah are related to each other. But most of the ulama did a tafsir that just went from ayah to ayah, and they didn't create the themes of the Quran, which is problematic. Partly they did it to leave that to people. You know, once you understand it, you need to study the book. If they did it all for you, then you're just passive recipients, right? You have to think. Islam is about thinking. And yatadarasunuhu bainahum, they study it together. So the Yasin, which is the 36th chapter of the Quran, is named Ibn Abbas. Oddly enough, I mean the muqatta'at, I think maybe anybody talk about the muqatta'at before, the huruf of the Quran? The huruf of the Quran are not known. I mean the soundest thing of the huruf is Allahu A'lam. Allah knows what they mean. But Yasin, of all of them, Yasin is the one that most of the ulama actually do interpret. The other ones they tend to say, I mean some say Alif Lam Mim, Alif is for Allah, Lam is for Jibreel, Mim is for Muhammad, and that's Allah to Jibreel to Muhammad. I mean, you get these types of tafsirs that they say, but generally we don't know. Taha, Alif Lam Ra, Allahu A'lam. But I would say one of the most intriguing for me aspects of the muqta'at is it's almost like Allah is saying, before you even think about reading this book, set aside what you think you know. Because if you come to this book with arrogance, there's nothing in this book for you. Like the student who came to the Shaykh and he was saying, I studied with so-and-so these hadiths, and I studied with so-and-so this book, and I studied with so-and-so this book, and I studied with so-and-so this book. And he was going on and on and on. The Shaykh was and so what do you want to do? He said, I want to study with you. And so the Shaykh started pouring the tea, and then when the glass got full, it just kept going over. And the student said, stop, it's full. He said, why? And he said, because it can't take any more. And he said, so a full cup can't take any more. He said, right. He said, well, you seem like a full cup. What are you coming to me to learn for? So the Alif Lam Mim is have some humility when you come to this book. Now, another aspect is Saussure, for people who know linguistics or people who study linguistics. Saussure, who was a famous linguist about 100 years ago, developed a theory of language, which is where we get structuralism from. Structuralism, the idea that languages have these deep structures, and he identifies language as being related to differences, that language is not about definition so much as it is about the differences of things in relation to other things. So there's these structures, and if you work out the semantic patterns, you can understand language. One of the things Saussure says, though, is the phoneme is meaningless. That's a principle in structuralism, that all of language begins with doubled phonemes. You need a dyad to begin, like of. You need those two sounds. Doesn't really mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. That was Saussure's theory. This negates that theory because it's meaning all the way down. Even the letters have meanings. We just don't know what they mean. Everything is meaningful. Nothing is without meaning. These letters are amazing. And the Arabic letters are amazing. Ain is an amazing letter. You know, Ain. I mean, just you have to say it, Ain. You know, and it's like squeezing your, and Ain means essence. You know, it's the essence of something. It means the eye. Right? It's an amazing thing. Look at Lam. Lam is an amazing letter. Lam. You know, have you ever seen babies when they put their tongue, mothers know this, they always put their tongue, newborns, you know how they put their tongue on the top of their mouth? And they do that. Do you know how they do that? Am I making this up? They all do it. All babies do that. That's the beginning of La ilaha illallah, because that was what we were created to say. And so they're learning how to use that tongue to say the lam letter. You know what lulan means in Greek? Lulan? It means to soothe. Because the most soothing sound to the Greeks was la, la, la. Which is why we say lullabies. La ilaha illallah. Why is that? Why is that recognized even by the ancient Greeks? That sound, la, 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 la. You have to teach, no, it's not la, la, it's la ilaha illallah. It's much nicer. It has meaning, and it'll soothe your heart. Really, it's amazing. So these are amazing things. Ra is an amazing letter. I love Ra. And the Arabs call it harfu takrir, which is the letter that does rrr. That's what takrir means. But then they say, but it's named that so that you don't do rrr. Right? So Moroccans, when they recite Quran, they always do the rrr. But if you go to the East, they don't do that. Right? But the ra sound, if you look at Arabic, rrr letters usually relate to pulling something along, like marra, farra, karra, right? It's amazing because the rrr, right, marra, marrat, it keeps happening over and over again. Karra, to flee, farra, to flee, karra, to go back. So it has the idea of something being dragged. Yajurru, jarra, to drag, literally. That's what jarra means. And then lam and ra are related. They're from the same makhraj. Say la. Now say ra. Right? Do you feel the articulation? That's called a makhraj. Ra, la. Right? And that's why ra and la are often interchangeable in the Arabic language, in words. You can actually interchange lam and ra in words and you'll get the same meaning. It's amazing. So the huruf and muqatta'at are these secrets that Allah doesn't tell us what they mean, but we know they have meaning. So we say Allahu A'lam. But Yasin, if you take the word insan and you turn it into a diminutive, which is called a tasghir in grammar. A diminutive is like pepito in Spanish, right? Pepito, little peppy, right? So we don't, in English, we don't really, we say little, Pepe. We don't say Pepito. So our diminutives aren't very sophisticated. But in Arabic, you have diminutives where you can say insan, and if you want to say little man, you say unaysin. Unaysin. And ya means oh. And then the Arabs like to do this thing which they call hadf, which is to cut things out that they just sound long or... So unaysin is too long to say little man. So they just say sin to mean little man. Or big man, because tasghir is used for ta'zim also. So it's a nice thing about Arabic. The Arabs have wonderful strategies for insulting people, and then when the person gets insulted, they can always switch and say, I didn't mean that. It's really interesting. There's so many devices in the Arabic language to do that. And one of them is tasghir. Because you can call a man tasghir for tahqir, to like belittle him, but you can also call it to exalt him because it's a term of endearment. Oh, my little one. And it's a term of, so you could, if you call a man, you little man, and he's, what? How dare you call me little? No, 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 I meant that. I love you. So that's what Ibn Abbas said that meant. And he said it was in Lughat Tay and in a riwayah in Syrianiya that it meant man in Syrianiya, seen. So Yasin is how it begins. Now some say that, generally there's what they call idhar. You have idgham and idhar in tajweed. Idgham is when you assimilate a word into another word, like with the huruf al-idgham, yarmalun. So you say sirajan wahaja. That's idgham. Some say that the sin gets assimilated into the following wow, and others say that it's idhar, which would be unusual because the noon is a letter of assimilation. But there are points in that. Kalla bal rana ala qulubihim is an example of lam, which would normally have an idgham there. It has idhar in that surah. But in Warsh you don't. There's idgham. So you say kalla bal rana ala qulubihim in Warsh, riwayat Warsh. There's idgham. In the other there's idhar. So some of them say it goes Yasin wal Quran, like that, into that. And others say no, you stop on Yasin and do that. And then it has the med on both of those letters. So it begins with that opening. And then it begins with an oath. And this is one of the things about the huruf al-muqatta'at, is that they are always dealing with the Quran. So if you look at it's always followed by some expression of the Quran. One of the things that happened to the Prophet ﷺ when revelation came to him, it was like a bell. Now a bell is reverberation. It's dawi. If you look at the word kun, and I learned this from a great musician, but I thought it was a very interesting, he was a famous oud player from Nubia, Hamza Alauddin. Because he said Allah began existence with kun, and he said that the ka is a cutting sound, which is true. It's used for cutting. In fact, in Arabic, many words that have cut relate to cutting. And in English, we even use cutting, to cut. So ka is a cutting sound. And then noon is a vibratory sound. Kun. And so he was saying that the silence, from that existence comes from nothingness into being. So it's literally cutting the nothingness, and then the noon is the reverberation of existence. And one of the things that we know about existence is it's all reverberating. Like physicists tell us, everything has a resonance. Everything is resonating. And so resonance is dawi in Arabic, dawi. And the Quran, they talk about the Quran resonating. That the Sahaba kanu yaqra'unuhu kadawi an-nahl, like the reverberation of the bees. And one of the things about reciting Quran with tajweed is that you're forced to do these sounds that you normally don't do, which creates these resonances and affects you, because these things have an effect on you. When you recite the Quran properly, it's forcing you to, your whole body begins to resonate. Yasin. It's there. The sound itself is power. The sound is power. There's power in the sound itself. And so it's followed by this oath. The wow there is for qasam, to swear an oath. Wal Quran al Hakim. By the Quran, the wise Quran. Wal Quran al Hakim. And that's why it's Quran al Hakim with the kasra, because of the wow. Wal Quran al Hakim. Innaka lamin al mursaleen. Indeed, verily, you are one of those who have been sent. Why? Why the oath? One of the interesting things about when you say something, that a proposition, somebody will say, bring your proof. What lawyers always do, if they're good, is they always establish their proofs before the proposition. So they give you all the reasons, and then they have their summation, which is to tell you why. Because they want you to rationally come to the conclusion, and then they'll add stories in there to get the emotional content as well, because they know that emotion's important. But they will give you the rational, and then they bring you the proposition. Now, you have to understand an oath, because one of the things about modern people is they don't know the power of words anymore. I'll give you an example. In this country, who knows Alexander Hamilton? First time probably ever mentioned in a discussion of the Quran. But Alexander Hamilton was the Secretary of Treasury under Washington, right? How did he die? In a duel with a man called Aaron Burr, who had been vice president. Isn't it interesting that we had a vice president in this country who killed the Secretary of Treasury in a duel? I mean, America, the beautiful. It's amazing. I mean, could you imagine them doing that now? Maybe they should. Solve some of the problems in Washington. You know, I challenge you to a duel. I demand satisfaction. You know, Glenn Beck, I'd like to challenge him to a duel. I mean, these people have to know that words have meaning. That you can't just say things and not think that there's no meaning attached to those things. When you disparage the honor of people, when you vilify human beings that you have no knowledge of, and you say things about them and who they are and what evil they've done, they've had no trial. Like Imam Luqman in Detroit. What trial was he given? He's condemned. There's a jury, and a judge, and an executioner. Really? There's no uproar about that. Because he's a poor man. He's an insignificant man. He's in an inner city, in the worst part of America, that looks like a war zone. And people don't care about people like that. So they can go in and just gun a man down who was a Navy SEAL, served his country. And what's the charge? Fencing stolen goods? This is how you deal with people that sell stolen, but they didn't even steal the property. This is how you deal with people that fence stolen goods? You raid their place of worship and let a dog out on the person and then gun them down when they shoot the dog in self-defense? But who cares, right? It's like these people in Cleveland. It's like these women in Cleveland. Who cares? 14 women, convicted rapist, sex offender. But who cares? They're just poor people, right? Who cares? Even though people were complaining about the smell coming out, calling the police for months. No, words have meaning. If somebody calls for help, you should help them. There's actually a haqq al-inqadh in Islam, that people have a right to be saved, no matter who they are. Whether they're Jews, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, it doesn't matter. Words have meaning. People disparage people's honor all the time. There was a time when people would actually demand satisfaction because honor meant so much to them. What did the founding fathers write when they wrote there? Upon this we pledge our lives, wealth, and sacred honor. Sacred honor. Honor in Arabic is shahama. It's very similar to the English meaning of honor, an honorable person. He's an honorable person, a man of his word, a woman of her word. That's what words are about. And that's why we don't even understand oaths anymore. Oaths, there's books in our tradition written on how to get out of oaths. That's how important people. Now we just say, wallahi, 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 wallahi. And nobody thinks about what wallahi means. You know, wallahi is used, it's unbelievable how people use wallahi now. It has no meaning. Wallahi, ya akhi, ana qutrahu. Wallahi, ana. Why are you swearing an oath? It's a big thing to swear an oath. I used to tell Arabs I was born in a town called Wallah Wallah, which is true, and they would say, Wallah Wallah. So I'm Walawi. The man from Wallah Wallah. So people don't understand oaths anymore. And that's why, you know, Herodotus, the great Greek historian, said, of all nations, no one takes the oath more seriously than the Arabs. This was centuries before Islam. Of all nations, no one takes the oath more seriously than the Arabs. If an Arab gives you his word, you know, my father said when he was young, he remembered a saying, you know, he's like in his 80s, but he said when he was young, he remembered a saying, I'd rather have an Arab on his word than a contract. That was a saying that people had about Arabs. Like Arabs were people of their word. And that's why to swear an oath is not an insignificant thing. When Allah says, Wal Quran al-Hakim, to the Arabs, this was a big thing. To swear an oath that you are a messenger of God. Innaka lamin al-mursalin. There, it's the answer to that oath. You are. Surely, verily. Now you have tawqeed. Because he could have said, Wal Quran al-Hakim, anta rasul, anta mursal. No. Innaka. Verily, indeed, surely, an emphasis. And then la again, to use it again. That you are la min al-mursaleen. This is, I mean, we don't understand modern people. It's sad that we've lost this access. But this, when the Arabs first heard this, even the Jahili Arabs would be, it's power. It's power. It's power. It's Innaka la min al-mursaleen. You know, this is real. This is not a lie. And who was Al-Amin? The man who didn't tell lies. The man who didn't need to swear an oath because everybody believed him without an oath. So what does it mean when he swears an oath? And what does it mean when he's telling you his Lord is swearing an oath on his behalf? Yasin. وَالْقُرْآنِ الْحَكِيمِ إِنَّكَ لَمِنَ الْمُرْسَلِينَ عَلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. On a straight path. لَا إِعْوِجَاجَ فِيهِ. You're not on a crooked path. This is a straight path. You're on a straight path. This is the path of istiqamah. This is the way of uprightness. You're commanding to honesty. You're commanding to taking care of the poor. You're commanding to treating women with dignity. You're commanding to take care of the widow and the orphan. You're commanding to purify people from arrogance, from envy, from hatred. You're commanding people to join the bonds of kinship. You're commanding people to treat animals with dignity. You're commanding people to fight wars with rules of engagement. You're on a straight path. There's no crookedness in your path. And the people that are against this path that you're calling to are crooked people. That's what this is about. Ala sirat al-mustaqim, tanzil al-aziz al-rahim. This is a tanzil. And this is Mansub and Marfu' according to the different qira'at. I'm doing Warsh, where he has it Marfu'. Some say it's Mubtada, Tanzilul Aziz al-Rahim. Litundira is the khabar. And some say that it's a khabar and then the Mubtada is Mahduf. For people that are interested in why there's differences of these rafa', I'm not going to explain that. Tanzilul Aziz al-Rahim is the tanzil is the bringing down of this book. That nazala tanzilan, so it's a masdar. Nuzzila tanzilan or nazala. Nazzala, inna anzalna, anzala, nazala. They have slightly different meanings in Arabic, whether it's inzal or tanzil or nuzul. But they all mean coming down, nazil. Tanzilul Aziz al-Rahim. The Aziz, one of the things that Fakhruddin al-Razi said, that if you want to understand the Quran, the secret of the Quran is in the divine names. And that's a man who spent his entire life thinking about the Quran. And it's quite extraordinary why Allah uses, for instance, Al-Aziz al-Rahim is unusual because usually it's what? Al-Aziz al-Hakim. Like one of the punishments for the as-sariqu wa-sariqatu faqta'u aydiyahuma, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ends that verse with Al-Aziz al-Hakim, because azza fa-hakama. You know, Allah is Aziz. He has made property sacred. If you break the sacred trust of property, He has a hukum, and the hukum is severe. That's why when a Bedouin heard Asma'i recite the verse, and Asma'i said, Innaka ghafurur rahim, the Bedouin said, Hada kalam man? Who said that? And Al-Asma'i said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He said, La wallah. He was Bedouin, didn't know anything about Quran. He said, Allah didn't say that. And Al-Asma'i thought about the verse and realized he'd made a mistake, and then said, Aziz al-Hakim, and the Bedouin said, Hada karamullah. That's he said, Azza fa hakama. You know, but you don't cut off hands and then say you're merciful and compassionate. It's a different tajalli. So it's very interesting that here there's a tajalli of Izzah and of Rahmah, because the Quran is Bushra and Indar. He's Bashir and Nadhir. There's the Aziz in telling us He's Dhu Intiqam, and then there's the Rahim in telling us that He's going to forgive us if we turn to Him. So this is Tanzilul Aziz al-Rahim. It has Izzah and it has Rahmah. It has Jalal and it has Jamal. He's Dhul Jalali wal Ikram. And this is His book. So it's coming with both Izzah and Rahmah. لِتُنذِرَ قَوْمًا مَا أُنذِرَ آبَاؤُهُم. In order for you to warn a people, لِتُنذِرَ قَوْمًا مَا أُنذِرَ آبَاؤُهُم. That you should warn a people. And then the ma, and this is one of the interesting things about Arabic. Generally they say that's ma nafiya, that it's a negating ma, that they had not been warned before. That is for al-Arab al-Aqarib. Al-Aba al-Aqarib, because they didn't have warners. There's Ahl al-Fatra are between Ismail and the Prophet ﷺ. Those are the Ahl al-Fatra, because the Arabs didn't have messengers from Ismail on. But the Arabs before that had messengers. So some of them say that the ma there is masdariya, some say it's mawsula. So it could mean لِتُنذِرَ قَوْمًا مَا, in other words, what? أُنذِرَ آبَاؤُهُم, what their fathers had been warned about. So you're bringing the same warning that your fathers had been warned about before. That's al-aba al-aba'id, the fathers that are very far away. And some say, no, it means it's mawsula, it means alladhi, right? Or, the same thing that which they had been warned of before, or it means that hadn't been given a warning. That's one of the things about the language of Quran. It holds several meanings, and all of them are sometimes valid, because they relate to different things. Like the Arabs did have warners, but they were a long time ago. And this is reminding you, it's tajdeed, it's bringing the same. Or it's been so long that your fathers hadn't been warned, your recent fathers. So it could be either one. فَهُمْ غَافِلُونَ. So that's the reason they're غافلون. They're غافلون. What is غفلة? غفلة. Huh? What's that? غفوة is sleeping. Yeah, غفلة is more like heedlessness. Somebody who's in a heedless state is called غافل. The simpleton or a fool is called مغفل, because they're easy to trick. So they're not paying attention. Like people that fall for Ponzi schemes would be called mughaffalun. Because they're not thinking, they're easy to trick. So ghafla is about heedlessness. Imam al-Junayd said all of sin or wrong action is rooted in ghafla. That's the basis of it. That if you were really aware of God, you could never sin. If God was present in your heart, it would be impossible to sin. Ya ayyuhal insan, ma gharraka bi rabbika al-kareem. Allah said, oh, you human being, what has put you in this state of delusion about your Lord? One of the mufassirun said, أَعَدَّ جَوَابَهُ فِي سُؤَالِهِ. He put his answer to the question in the question itself. What has taken you away from your generous Lord in that you think that you can do these things that you can do and you're not going to be taken into account? What did it? Where's the jawab? Where's the answer in the question? Your generosity. Because people can only sin when they're experiencing the generosity of creation. That's when they sin. You can take something for nothing when you think there's something that can be taken for nothing. That's when you steal. Okay? So Allah is so generous to His creation that sometimes people forget. And that's what ghafla is. It's a forgetfulness. It's a state of forgetfulness. The Arabs before Islam were in a state of ghafla. They're in a state of ghafla now. The whole world is in a state of ghafla. Welcome to planet Earth. 6 billion people and we're all in a state of ghafla. It's amazing. So if all the doctors are sleeping, who's going to tend to the patients? We were in a madhouse. The asylums, one of the crazy people got the key and they've let all the doors open and all the doctors are sleeping. And then we're wondering why there's wars all over the place, because the people that are supposed to be running the insane asylum are in ghafla themselves, or they've gone mad. Inna la fi zamanan li farti shududihi man laysa yujanninuhu man la yujanninuhu falaysa bi'aqili. We're in a time that's so extreme in its madness. If it doesn't drive you mad, you are mad already. Welcome to the modern world. And then they wonder why Fort Hood and Cleveland and Florida and people are going mad because the world has gone mad. It's an insane situation. And the psychiatrists, when they go mad, they're supposed to be treating the mad people. And that's exactly my point, is that when the people that are treating have gone mad, you know that things are bad. Because the Muslims are actually supposed to help people. Algeria, who's from Algeria here? Nobody's from Algeria? Moroccans, I know. Nobody's from Algeria. Algeria, 200 years ago, was sending aid to Europe during the famine. Wheat. Aid to Europe during their famine. Algeria. I'm not making that up. It's Algerian history. Sending aid. Like now you have Western countries send aid to Muslim countries. Only 200 years ago, Muslim countries were sending aid to Western countries. One of the things about ghafla, a word that's interesting in English is called acedia. It's not really used anymore. And it's interesting words that disappear, right? Like sin. Do you ever hear anybody use that word anymore? Sin, seriously. People, you'll never hear sin. Have you ever heard anybody on TV say sin? They don't, unless it's Sunday on those funny channels. And then they use it too much. That's all they use. Which leads one to wonder what's going on there too. But sin is a beautiful word. Khati'a in Arabic is sin. You know, does anybody know the original meaning of khati'a in Arabic? It's a mistake, but it's a term that the Arabs used for something that they did. It's an archer's term. In classical Arabic, the khati'a was to miss the mark. You know what sin means in Old English? It's an archer's term, to miss the mark. Yeah, I'm not making that what she says seriously. No, I'm making up. Google, you've got Google. Okay. Seriously. Yeah. She missed the mark. It's all right. What is the idea of missing the mark, if that's what a sin is? What's the idea behind that? This is a very interesting idea. If you miss the mark, and that's a sin, what's the idea behind that? You were trying to get the bullseye, but you missed it. So you were trying to do something good. And that's why human beings, even when they sin, they're actually trying to get a benefit for themselves. But they've misplaced the benefit. They see the vice as a virtue. But it's actually, they wouldn't do something if they didn't think there was something in it for them. Humans don't do that. So they're aiming for something that they think is good for them, but they've missed the mark. And that's what the prophets are about. They come with tasweeb. They're the ones that teach you how to aim properly. No, you're too short. You're too far. Extremism, right? You're either too liberal or you're too conservative. Muslims are independents. Yeah. I would never join a party. And like Mark said, I would never join a party that would have me as a member. I would never join a party, really. Any party except Hezbollah. And that's not the one in Lebanon. They shouldn't use these terms. You know, call yourself something else. You know, seriously, it's such arrogance to do that. I'm sorry, with all respect to whoever and whatever. It's arrogance to say that that's a da'wah. Allah knows who. And ala inna hizballahum al-ghalibun. So you haven't defeated Israel yet. You know, hum al-ghalibun. That's what Allah says. People that are his, He will give them victory always, in everything. And if you're not, you should worry about where you are. You know, but Muslims have to be very careful. All these claims, these claims. We make so many claims. And we get into politics, and then people get mad. He's dissing Hezbollah. Allah. لقد حق القول على أكثرهم فهم لا يؤمنون. The qawl, حق القول, ثبت القول, it's been confirmed on the majority of them that they're not believers. They don't believe. And حق القول لأن جهنم من الجنة والناس أجمعين. That Allah has أصحاب النار. There's people for the fire. That's what that means. إِنَّا جَعَلْنَا فِي أَعْنَاقِهِمْ أَغْلَالًا فَهِيَ إِلَى الْأَذْقَانِ فَهُمْ مُقْمَحُونَ. We have placed in their necks أغلال, these collars. And they're big collars, so they can't bend their neck. فَهِيَ إِلَى الْأَذْقَانِ, they're up to the chin. فَهُمْ مُقْمَحُونَ. And some say the ghul is the hand, so they're actually tied like this. That it's like that. So they have collars that have their hands tied up, because the ghul is a qaid for al-yad. So Allah, and this is what's called in balagha isti'ara tamthiliya. It's an example that it's using very expressive language, figures of speech, to create an understanding in the mind, like a metaphor that, when you say, Zaydun Asadun, Zayd is a lion, you don't mean that Zayd is an animal that has a mane and teeth and growls or roars. You mean that he's courageous. So it's a way of driving that point home and creating a tamthil, an image in the mind of a person that enables them to really see the reality of these people's state. So that is the majority of scholars say this, because it's talking about these people specifically who were being called to Islam. And what's worse about them is that they weren't even interested in examining the proposition. And that's what acedia is. The word acedia is translated, it's a Latin term, but it's translated as sloth. But in Christian theology, acedia was not laziness, that people are lazy in their work. It was spiritual laziness, that people weren't interested in finding out the truth. That's what acedia is. And so this is really the warning about people that are suffering from spiritual acedia, that they're like people that have there's no humility. Because what do people do when they're humble? They lower their chins down to their breast. How did the Prophet come into Mecca? With his chin on his breast. That's how he came in as a conqueror. If that was his state when he was a conqueror, then what was his state in normal circumstances? Because when you're conquering, that's the time to jump up and down, and that's what people do. Like these people, when they won the World Series, they didn't come out with their chins bowed down and humble and said, it's such an incredible honor to defeat a team like the Phillies, and we just were humbled by this victory. And, no, they were jumping up and down and gloating. Shamata, right? Really, that's what people do, right? It's very different. In the old days in sports, you actually went out and shook the hands of the people and said what a great game you played. Because sports was to teach people about humility and being gentlemen, and really, that's what sports was about. It wasn't about this. This is all new, modern spectacle. It's not sportsmanship. It's not how sports was. It's just modern man and woman fallen. Yeah, that's all it is. And that's what this is talking about. It's arrogance. It's people with their heads high. And then Allah says, "Fahum muqmahun." Muqmahun is a term taken from camels, right? Qamah al-jamal fahuwa qamihun. The camel, when they would take them to water, and it would raise its head up and refuse to go down and drink. That's what the camel, I lived with camels, so I know camels are very bright animals. Camels, first of all, the first time I rode a camel, it knew immediately that I'd never ridden a camel. And I grew up riding horses. Horses and camels are very different. But literally the first thing the camel did, it took me to a thorn bush and started like rubbing me in the thorn bush. And all the Bedouin, they were just laughing their heads off. They just thought that was hilarious. Yeah. It wasn't. I had scratches all over, and But I learned after that to let them know right away that I knew exactly what the game was. Like I was being nice to the camel. No, you hit them right on that they have a little nodule right on the top of their head, and boom, you give them a good little whack, and suddenly they're nice and everything's wonderful. Yeah. But they're filled with pride, and they look around and do this thing. That's the muqmah. Qamihun. They're arrogant. Quran? Why should I read that book? Well, because 1 out of every 4 people actually thinks it's from God. That seems like a pretty good reason just to be interested in it. Doesn't that seem logical? Just to read it and see maybe there's something in there? وَجَعَلْنَا مِن بَيْنِ أَيْدِيهِمْ سُدًّا وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِمْ سُدًّا فَأَغْشَيْنَاهُمْ فَهُمْ لَا يُبْصِرُونَ. And we put before them a sud, which is like a barrier, or sad in house. It's a barrier. سُدًّا وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِمْ سُدًّا فَأَغْشَيْنَاهُم. So there's a barrier in front of them, which is their understanding of akhirah. They don't know where they're going. They don't know where that they're going to be dead and raised up. And also, وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِمْ سُدًّا. And behind them, they don't even know where they've come from. So they're people trapped in temporality. They don't know past, because if they reflected on the past, they would know that the destiny of the people of the past is their destiny. They're trapped in temporality. And فَأَغْشَيْنَاهُمْ. And over them is a ghishawa. Right? There's a veil over their eyes. They can't see. فَهُمْ لَا يُبَصِرُونَ. They don't have penetrating sight, basira. وَسَوَاءٌ عَلَيْهِمْ أَنذَرْتُهُمْ أَمْ لَمْ تُنذِرْهُمْ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. It's the same whether you warn them or you don't warn them. They don't believe. Now the problem, and this is important for Muslims, one of the problems with modern Muslims is they assume everybody's kafir if they're not Muslim. These verses aren't talking to everybody who's not a Muslim. They're talking about people who are arrogant, puffed up, filled with pride, and wouldn't give you the time of day. Read the descriptions of the kuffar in the Quran. They're jawwal, they're mutakabbir, yistakbirun, they're mukhtalun fakhur, they're zalimun. I mean, these are the attributes that Allah gives them. Most people are nas. A lot of them are just in ghafla. They're just nas. That's why Allah first calls people Ya ayyuhan nas before He calls them Ya ayyuhal kafirun or Ya ayyuhal ladina kafaru. He calls them Ya ayyuhan nas. Because initially He didn't call the Arabs Ya ayyuhal kafirun because they weren't kafirun. But after seeing miracles, after witnessing everything that they had witnessed, and treating the Prophet ﷺ the way they treated for doing nothing other than calling them to their own success, Allah said, حق القول. No, this is too much. You can't get away with this. So it's important, that people should not apply these things to people that they see out there walking around. The majority of these people, even though they have a legal status, which is outside of Islam, you don't assume about people that, I'll give you an example. And it's just an example from my own experience. I made a statement right after 9/11 where I said, if it was in an interview with a newspaper, that if there were any martyrs in that event, it would have been the firefighters. And somebody went to my teacher in Saudi Arabia, my teacher, Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, and said that I said that the kuffar were shuhada. Now, it's very interesting. First of all, Shaykh Abdullah said, what word did he use? Did he say shaheed? He said, no, he said martyr. He said, well, look it up in the dictionary. And because he knows French, he said martyr. He said, it's true, they're martyrs. Because in French, a martyr is the one that gives his life for other people. That's called manduha, The thing about Muslims is they're supposed to actually look for excuses for people. So he was just being a good Muslim. But anyway, my point is that the assumption was they were kuffar. Did you check those firemen? Did you go and ask them what they believed and how? The basis is not kufr, it's iman. People are believers before they're disbelievers. The assumption about people is belief before it's disbelief. Because belief is a fitra state. Isn't our deen al-fitra? Don't we believe that people are actually by fitra inclined to believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? So their inherent state is belief. And disbelief is actually a state that comes later because of arrogance for whatever reasons. But these are too severe. You're making things too. It's just simple kuffar, Muslim. Just makes everything easy. Just Red Sea, split it. We're on that side, they're on that side. Well, not me. You know, I'm a convert. Okay, so I know what it's like on both sides. Because I've been on both sides. And by the way, kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas, you were the best people, past tense. No, seriously. That's the tafsir. Read it for yourselves. Muslims talk about kuntum khayra, and they think like it's present tense. We're the best people. No, what are you doing for humanity right now? Where's your great medical discoveries? You know, where's your aid to starving countries? What are you doing for Darfur? What are you know, I mean, seriously, what? Just tu'minuna billahi, right? And then what? Ta'muruna bil ma'ruf wa tanhauna 'anil munkar. It's not just iman billah. You have to be actually out there doing things to get the khayriyah in this ummah. But that's a past tense. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. That group were all converts. For people that you know, your daughter's too good to marry to the convert because you know you've got your tree that goes back 12 generations, and he doesn't even know who his great grandfather was. Just something to think about. إنما تنذر من اتبع ذكر وخشي الرحمن بالغيب فبشره بمغفرة وأجر كريم. Surely you warn the one who will follow this reminder, has khashya of the merciful when nobody else is looking. You know, because a munafiq will display outwardly, but when nobody's there, what's between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that's where it counts. فَبَشِّرْهُ. Give him bushra. So there's the indhar. You warn them about what happens if you don't follow this, but if they follow it, they have bushra. Give them bushra of forgiveness for any of their shortcomings, their sins, missing the mark, falling short, and a great and generous reward. إِنَّا نَحْنُ نُحْيِي الْمَوْتَى وَنَكْتُبُ مَا قَدَّمُوا آثَارُهُمْ وَكُلَّ شَيْءٍ أَحْصَيْنَاهُ فِي إِمَامٍ مُبِينٍ. So, Allah, and this is at the essence of Yasin. We bring the dead to life. وَنَكْتُبُ مَا قَدَّمُوا وَآثَارَهُمْ, and we write down everything that they are bringing forward to the Yawm al-Qiyamah, all of their actions, وَآثَارَهُمْ, and any traces they leave behind, what they bring forward and what they leave behind. That's all going to be أحصيناه, ضبطناه. We've given it specific accounting and reckoning. في إمام مبين. The imam here is the book, في كتاب مبين, because the book, it leads you, right? The book leads you. في إمام مبين, in a clear book. The نكتب, the malaika write everything down. Banu Salama were a tribe outside of Medina. And they were between the Quraysh, Mecca, and Medina itself. I mean, they're in just outside Medina, but if the Quraysh came, they would have come and met up with Bani Salama. And they were a very strong tribe. But they used to go every morning, and it would take them a long time to walk to the masjid. And so they told the Prophet ﷺ that they wanted to move into Medina so that they could pray with him Fajr and not have to walk so far. The Prophet ﷺ was troubled that it would leave an opening for the enemies in Medina so that they could get them at dawn or something, or sneak up on them. But on the other hand, he was very compassionate and saw that they were trying to come to Fajr and that. So Allah, this verse was revealed to let them know that that walking you're doing every morning, it's all in your book. And Alhamdulillah. So Asma's just got up and I'm done, and that's a good place to end. Inshallah, may Allah put this all in our book on the Yawm al-Qiyamah, in the good book, on the good side. Jazakumullah khairan. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-ali al-azim. Alhamdulillah. Jazallahu anna Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam khairan ma jazayta nabiyyan an ummatihi. Ameen.
Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah. This Yasin has different names. It's actually, according to the ulama, it's called al-Mu'amma in the Torah. So it's actually mentioned in the Torah according to the ulama, which is the thing that encompasses all good. It's, there's many weak hadiths, and some of them are fabricated hadiths, but the reason why Muslims historically in most places have recited Yasin in the morning and the evening, or in the morning at least, is because there's hadiths that are narrated in the books that don't really have any strong chains, but about that Yasin is Yasin lima quriya lah. Yasin is for what it's read for, so if you read it with an intention. I mean, I once had an experience many years when I first became Muslim. I'd only been a Muslim about a year, and I lost something incredibly valuable. And the Nigerian man told me, if you read Yasin 41 times, you'll get it back. So, I didn't know any better. So I stayed up the whole night and read Yasin 41 times. And sure enough, the next day I got it back. It was pretty miraculous. So those things increase your faith, even if they're not based on sound hadiths or anything like that. So we got to فَأَغْشَيْنَاهُمْ فَهُمْ لَا يُبْصِرُونَ. This is about people whose hearts get sealed, which happens to people. And that's why it's so dangerous to ignore signs from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because at a certain point, you're rejecting the generosity of your Lord. And just like a generous host, they can lose their generosity with you. I mean, even though Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Arham ar-Rahimin, Akram al-Akramin, He's the most merciful of those who show mercy. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that فَعَالُ لِمَا يُرِيد. In fact, many of the Sahaba, there are several versions of this, but they revolve around a statement that all of the Quran, كُلُّ الْقُرآنِ يَنْتَهِي إِلَى فَعَالُ لِمَا يُرِيد. He does whatever He wants. All of the Quran revolves around that essential meaning. فَعَالُ لِمَا يُرِيد. God does whatever He wants. And that's one of the things about Muslims, why they've never had. One of the things that the Archbishop in England said after the tsunami is, this is something that troubles people's faith. Which was surprising for me, because for a Muslim, things like that don't trouble their faith if they really understand their faith, because God is the God of tsunamis. I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you read the Quran, it's filled with stories of great destruction. And Allah does whatever He wants. And then we also set aside our judgment. لا يسأل عما يفعل.
He's not asked, he's not responsible, really, responsible for what he does. In other words, he doesn't have to respond to you and tell you why he did something. وَهُمْ يَسْأَلُونَ. But they will be responsible for what they do. So get your judgment correctly. In other words, ask yourselves about what you're doing. Don't ask Allah about what He's doing. مَا ظَلَمْنَاهُمْ. We didn't oppress them. وَلَكِنْ كَانُوا هُمْ أَنفُسُهُمْ يَظْلِمُونَ. But they were oppressing themselves. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَيْسَ بِالظَّلَّامِ لِلْعَبِيدِ. God does not oppress His servants. In fact, Imam al-Ghazali said, it's impossible for God to oppress, because oppression, the very nature of oppression, is تصرف في ملك الغير بغير إذنه. It's to take the property of another without his permission and do what you want with it. That is oppression. So if you are the possession of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there's no oppression. Allah can do, He can, لا قدر الله, سلمكم الله. He can give us cancer, He can give us Alzheimer's, He can take our children, He can take our spouses, He can do whatever He wants. And that is a tajalli of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But people that preoccupy themselves with that are often in total heedlessness about all that He's doing for them of blessing. There's people that are filled with blessings, they say, I can't believe in God. Why not? Well, look at China, or look at Darfur, or look at... It has nothing to do with them. It's something outside of themselves that they even, if you take an extreme solipsistic philosophical view, they don't even know if China really exists. It might just be in your head. I mean, there's actually philosophers that argue that it's all in your head. We're in the matrix. You know, there are philosophers that do say that. So it's all just a test. This is only a test. Had it been real, you would have been notified. They used to have those on TV when I was little. So, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can cut off. And He tells us about certain people, it doesn't matter if you warn them or you don't warn them, they're not going to believe. But those who benefit from this, that benefit from this warning, are those who follow this reminder, a dhikr. One of the things about calling the Quran dhikr, a reminder or a remember. Dhakara in Arabic, the root meaning of it, dhakartuhu, means to kick somebody in the groin, a male. Because dhakar is male, right? Dhakara means to be kicked in the groin. That's what dhikr, it's, you know, somebody gets kicked in the groin, they're present. They're not thinking about something else. They're right there with you, right? That, the dhikr that Allah is giving us is reminding us of what our hearts know already. It's resonating in the hearts. Alastu bi rabbikum, am I not your Lord? We've already heard that. And it's resonating. So the reminder is what causes one to become present again with their Lord. And that's why the people whose hearts are more open to this, whose hearts are more subtle, whose hearts are more supple, they're the ones that can open up to this reminder. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that they, وَخَشْيَ الرَّحْمَنَ بِالْغَيْبِ. Khashya is something, إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ الْعُلَمَاء. Those who have khashya are those who know Allah. Only those who have some knowledge of Allah have khashya. If you don't know Allah, and ilm of Allah, you can be a very simple person and have knowledge of God. The famous story of Ar-Razi, when he was walking, he was on his way to the madrasa, and there were like all these students behind him, and the Prophet ﷺ said it's a fitna to have people following behind you. He said, "Kafa bin mar'i fitna an tushara ilayhi an yushara ilayhi bil banan," or kama qal. That it's enough as a tribulation that people say, "Look, there's so and so." I mean, that's enough of a fitna, because being known is a fitna. But he was being followed by all these people, and this old woman said, "Who's that? You know, like, what's the big deal?" And one of the students said, "You don't know who that is. He has 70 proofs for the existence of God." And the old woman said, if he didn't have 70 doubts, he wouldn't need 70 proofs. And Fakhruddin al-Razi said, "Alaykum bi iman al-ajaiz." Have the faith of old women. So khashya is fear with knowledge. A dog cannot have khashya. You can't say al-kalb yakhshani in Arabic. Khashya is related to knowledge. You can say yakhafuni al-kalb. It's more likely that takhaf al-kalb. You fear the dog. But if the dog is afraid of you, you would say yakhafuni al-kalb. You can't say yakhshani al-kalb. Because khashya is something that's related to having knowledge. And so if you look, وَخَشْيَ الرَّحْمَنَ بِالْغَيْبِ, they have knowledge that God is aware of them. You see, that because normally you fear things that are present or imminent, but you know they're out there. Whereas this is something unseen. It's something hidden from you, and yet you have a knowledge of it, which gives you khashya. And then, فَبَشِّرْهُ بِمَغْفِرَةٍ وَأَجْرٍ كَرِيمٍ. So give him bushra. Bashara in Arabic means what? Bashara. Huh? What's basharatun? Basharatun. Skin, right? The human is called bashar because one of the things about humans is, unlike animals, I mean, dogs, you can see joy when they're jumping up and down or something like that, but humans actually show their expression in their faces. So you see joy on the skin, like literally people have that. So the bashar is the one with skin, without feathers or fur. It's one of the blessings that Allah has given human beings, which is why we cover ourselves with ornaments. خُذُوا زِينَتَكُمْ عِنْدَ كُلِّ مَسْجِدٍ. You take your ornaments. These are ornaments, just like birds have plumage, animals have fur. What's more beautiful than a sinjab? You know, if you see a squirrel with a bushy tail, it's stunning, especially the red squirrels. There's beauty in furs, which is why humans like to wear furs. The blessing of being given skin is one of the great gifts that Allah has given us, is that we have, and then our hair is an ornament. It's not there really, you know, it has, bald people do fine, but hair has you know, bald people, it's not a problem with lack of hair, it's usually distribution. Because it's a high testosterone, so they often have a lot of hair in other places. People don't know that. I was told that by a bald person. But it's a gift to have hair. You know, it's an ornament. The Prophet actually said, "Akrimu," you know, honor your hair. And he used to put duhn in his hair and take care of his hair. In fact, he had so much oil that they said they used to see the oil on his shawl from the hair, and he used olive oil. And I was told recently by a friend of mine who's a dermatologist that all of the stuff that they sell is a complete scam and a waste of time. He said the best thing for your skin, ladies, is olive oil, which is exactly what the Prophet ﷺ said to use. Iddahinu بزيت الزيتون فإنه من شجرة مباركة. You know, use olive oil because it's from a blessed tree. So giving bushra is giving good news, and that good news is a joyous thing that affects people. It shows up on their faces. So, and when you know you've been forgiven, what greater joy? I mean, people, when they get when the jury comes and they give a not guilty charge, look what happens to the people. You know, you can just see the relief. You can see so imagine if you were told that you're going to be forgiven for eternity. What greater joy? I mean, if that's what happens when you're just being possibly 3 years in prison or 5 years or 10 years, and, you know, there's this joy that happens. What happens when you're told you're not only going to be forgiven, but you're going to be given a great and generous reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And then, Inna nahnu nuhyi al-mawta, to remind you that this is real. The reward is coming. We are going to bring people back to life. We will bring the dead back to life for the resurrection. وَنَكْتُبُ, ما قدموا. Some of the ulama say it's in the Lawh al-Mahfuz here, and some say it's what the angels write, because the angels record everything that we do. Allah doesn't need angels, but He's created a world of asbab. You have efficient cause, you have formal cause, you have different type material cause, you have different types of causes. Allah is in reality the efficient cause of everything. He is the one that causes everything in reality. And in fact, if you take an extreme occasionalist Ash'ari view, there is no real causation in the world. That's the Ash'ari view, which is probably being substantiated by modern physics in a lot of ways. Hume was the first person in the West to kind of recognize the possibility that causation is just the mind associating cause and effect. But Allahu a'lam, that's what I was taught. لا يقال يقطع بالسكين ومثله يقال في التسخين فإن فعله له بواسطة أحاله أولو العقول الضابطة. Don't say the knife cuts, don't say fire burns, because that his action should have any intermediary is something that people of intellect understand to not be true. That Allah is the direct cause of all things. And so everything has been written in the Lawh al-Mahfuz. What Allah has given us according, and this is the dominant view, this is what the Imam al-Tahawi puts forward, this is what Abu Bakr al-Baqallani, Imam al-Maturidi, Imam al-Ash'ari, I mean, most of the Imams of Kalam and Tawheed, Usul al-Din, put forward the idea of kasb, that really what we have is we earn through our intentions, but actions and everything else is directly from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He is the one that in any instant is giving you your istita'ah. And Imam al-Tahawi in his Tahawiyah talks about two types of istita'ah. The istita'ah that is related to actions at the time of the action, and that is from Allah directly. And then there's the istita'ah that is your ability that precedes the action, and that is what you are taken to account for. It's your abilities that precede an action. The action itself is from Allah, and we believe that everything is maktub in that way. But we're not determinists, and we're not pure free will. It's between the two. If you want a very simplistic but quite brilliant presentation of this, Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu was once asked about, is al-insan mukhayyar am musayyar? Is he free or determined? And this is a big debate in the history of Islam. And Imam Ali told him, lift your right leg, and he lifted his right leg. And he said, now without putting it down, lift your left leg. And he said, I can't. He says, between the two. You know, that we have volition, and yet we have constraints that are determined. Allah determined our form. He determined the levels of intellect we have. He determined our parents. He determined our socioeconomic status as we came into the world. There are many things that were that just outside of our capacity entirely. But all of our experience in the world tells us that we are volitional agents, that we have agency. And this is what we are, this is what's written, ma qaddamu. What you bring forward to God. It's your volition, your agency. You have irada. God has given you irada, and that's why we believe that people are responsible for their actions. Unless rufi' an al-qalam, rufi' al-qalam wa an thalath. There's three that the pen has been raised up from: the sleeper until he wakes up, the sick person if he's mad or something like that. The people that are doing wrong actions out of madness. Like if this person at Fort Hood was mad, and it can be established that he was mad, then he's not responsible for his actions. You can't blame him. Even if he shouted Allahu Akbar, he's not responsible for his actions. Maybe listening to all those stories because he had been treating people with post-traumatic stress syndrome and people that had seen babies killed and maybe actually shot civilians or saw things, horrific things beyond our imagination. Maybe those things drove that person mad. And he went crazy. He cracked. Because human beings can break. رِفْقًا بِالْقَوَارِيرِ. The Prophet said, go easy on the women because their hearts are brittle. You can break a woman's heart. You know, she can pull her hair out. Women go mad if they're mistreated to terrible degrees. So people do lose it. And in those cases, that person is not responsible for their actions. But if he was responsible, if he thought, if it was premeditated, then he is responsible and he needs to be tried and those need to be proved. And that's the way our legal system works. But on Yawm al-Qiyamah, Allah is going to reveal to us the realities. The Prophet said, "Umirtu an ahkum bil-dhawahir." I was commanded to judge by outward thing. We don't know the inward reality of people. We don't know why people do things. We don't know the wisdom behind it. So only Allah can judge people in reality. That's why you cannot condemn anybody. Ibn Abbas said, "La nunziru ahadan." He said, "La yanbaghi li ahadin an yunzira ahadan fil nari aw fil jannati." Nobody can say somebody's in hell or paradise. Nobody. We don't have that right or authority. Only Allah determines that. And if you do that, you put yourself in a very precarious position based on the hadith about the man who did that and was sent to hell for doing that to another person without any right to do that. And that includes everybody. Everybody. You don't know. Henry Kissinger, everybody. You don't know. Only God can judge people. I mean, if I was a gambling man, gambling's haram. And then the athar are written also. So the people, that can mean people that come after you and follow you. That's one of the benefits. Because if you leave a knowledge that people benefit by you, those are your athar. Tilka atharuna tadulu alayna fanduru ba'dana ila al-athari. One of the poets of Andalusia said, these are what we left behind. So look at what we left behind to know who we were. And that's a question for all of us to ask. What are we going to leave behind? What institutions are we going to leave behind for the future generations? Because those are things that are written in our mizan, what we leave behind. Sadaqa jariyah, like nahran ajrah. You know, even if you make canals for agriculture, like Zubaydah, I mean, the wife of Harun al-Rashid, those canals are still there in Mecca. They're not working anymore. But for centuries, they were bringing water. And that was all in her mizan. And that's why I'm mentioning her today, after 1,000 years. Because she did a great thing for the Muslims. And she did it from private. It wasn't like a public works. That was her own. Historically, most of the rulers, when they built institutions, they did not do it from public funds. They did it from their own wealth. People forget that. And then he says, وَكُلَّ شَيْءٍ أَحْصَيْنَاهُ, you know, we have put it specifically فِي إِمَامٍ مُبِينٍ. And this is in a clear book. And here it's the Lawh al-Mahfuz. And then he says, وَضْرِبْ لَهُمْ مَثَلًا. Strike a similitude, an analogy for them, or a similitude, or how does he translate it there? An example, probably better translation. Mathal can mean a lot of things. It can be a proverb. It can be an example. Here it would be an example. And then the ashab al-qarya, the people of this village. Some of the ulama, one of the things about the stories of Quran, and Khalid Blankenship told me something very interesting. He said one of the fascinating aspects of the Quran for a historian, other than the Prophet ﷺ's things that are mentioned about that community, there's nothing for a historian to prove or disprove. Unlike the Bible, which is one of the problems with a lot of modern biblical exegesis, is that the Germans who studied the Bible 100 years ago found many historical discrepancies in the biblical narrations because they had things that they could actually have historical examples. Did Herod take a poll tax in this year? And they found out that he didn't. and yet the Bible says he did. There are many examples of historical discrepancies, whereas in the Quran, there's nothing a historian could say that didn't happen. But he said, but also it's sacred history. We believe it, it's in the Quran, we believe it, but to prove that Moses met up with Pharaoh as a historian, historians don't accept these as historical fact. This is revelation for us. There's debates amongst historians about whether or not even Jesus existed, which for us is far-fetched. But all of those previous teachings are not historical. One of the interesting things about Islam is it's the only religion revealed in the light of history, which would seem appropriate for the age of history, when people were suddenly historical people. People understood the past. One of the things all of us learn in American education is basic history. You learn about the Egyptians. You learn about Ur and Babylon. Hopefully, I don't know what they teach anymore, but you're supposed to learn these things. You learn about the French Revolution, the Norman invasion of England, right? Didn't that happen? You don't know? It did. Yeah. It's mutawatir. So So they say that this happened in Antioch, this story that we're being told. So they came to this village, Al-Mursalun. Now, the Mursalun here, most of the ulama that talk about this in the tafsir say that it's actually the apostles of Jesus. So these were not messengers, prophets. They were the apostles of a Rasul. There's difference of opinion, so there's nothing fixed on this, because the Prophet ﷺ did not tell us, there's not hadiths that indicate, but because of a lot of Christians who had become Muslim, and one of the things about people, Muslims don't understand this, that a lot of Muslims don't understand this, that Christians in the Middle East were of many stripes. The Orthodox Christians were only one group. The Catholics, the Orthodox, the Great Schism of 1054, when the two traditions split, and you got the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Western Catholic Church. So you had New Rome, which was built in the 5th century there in Turkey, what becomes the center of Orthodox tradition, and then you have the Old Rome, which is the center of Catholic tradition. But in Africa and in the Middle East, and even in India, Kashmir, places like Malabar, people don't know about the Nasrani Christians of Malabar that are still there, and they're called Nasranis. I'm not making this up. Seriously. They're called Nasranis. They're Jewish Christians. They're like Ebionites. When the Portuguese found them, they were so disturbed that they destroyed their churches. They burnt their books. This is history. Because the Portuguese, when they got there in the 16th century, they found these Jewish Christians that thought Jesus was a man and not God. And it really bothered them. So they completely obliterated, and they've had to repiece their tradition. But they're still there, the Malibari Nasranis. They're called Nasara. So there were Christians, there were Arian Christians, Bishop Arian from Egypt. The Aryans were all over North Africa. The Moroccans were Aryan Christians. The Berbers were animists. But the Moroccan, many of the Christians in Morocco, the Gothic people of Andalusia were largely Aryans. They weren't Catholics. When the Muslims came and said Jesus was a man, they said, you're not telling us anything we didn't know already. One of the interesting things about the Aramaic-speaking Christians of Syria is when the Muslims came and they said, our prophet is Muhammad, well, Paraclete in John 16, when it talks about the Paraclete coming, Paraclete in Aramaic is Muhammadan. So they were like, that sounds a lot like Muhammad. I'm not making this up. It's just history. So you had Christians becoming Muslim. They were bringing their stories in. like, do you know that people think Ashab al-Kahf is folklore? First of all, as far as I know, nobody at the time of the Prophet, and I've never seen this anywhere, said that these were asatir al-awwaleen. When Salman al-Farisi was asked about the people that إِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ لَا تُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ قَالَ إِنَّمَا نَحْنُ مُصْلِحُونَ, when you say to them, don't sow corruption in the earth, they say, we're setting things right. Salman was asked about them, he said, لَمْ يَأْتِ بَعْد. They haven't come yet. Those are people who will come later. That means there's people mentioned in the Quran that haven't come yet. It's only very recently that they're calling these traditions folkloric. There's whole movements to say the Bible is folklore. All these stories are folklore. That's what Allah says in the Quran. They say that these asatirul awwaleen, these are just the myths of ancient people. So it's very interesting that these stories that we've been given, the Christians, when they saw these things, they recognized things that they knew. The Christians of Syria and Palestine, and you had Melkite Christians that are still there. You had the Syriac Christians. You had the Jacobites. You had the Nestorians. You had the Arians. They had many traditions. In fact, tomorrow I translated several of the Arabic traditions of Jesus, and many of them are not in the hadith. They're just stories that Christians brought in, and you don't find them in the Old Testament, in the New Testament, because they were stories from other traditions. We forget that the 4 Gospels are only 4 out of many. There were 30 Gospels at the Council of Nicaea when they decided on the 4 canonical Gospels. There were other Gospels. There were other narratives. There were alternative views. There were Christians that thought Jesus was a Jew, that you had to be circumcised, that you had to follow the Sabbath, you couldn't eat pork. And they followed Jesus. What happened to them? The Ebionites, Semitic Christians. Hans Kuhn said, we have a historical paradox. When Ebionitic Christianity, which dies out in the Middle East in the 3rd century, emerges in the 7th century with the coming of Islam. The same views about Christianity, and yet we see no historical link. How did that happen? That's one of the major theologians of the 20th century saying, this is strange indeed. Let's try to find some historical connection. Like Thor Heyerdahl, who when we find pyramids in South America and pyramids in Egypt, there must be a connection. Instead of seeing that humans are just pyramid builders, like birds in South America build nests and birds in Africa build nests, and they don't necessarily exchange communication about it. But there are materialists that have to believe everything is connected in some material way, as opposed to this is from outside of the material realm, that there's a principial realm, there's a spiritual realm, and this is something that is fascinating about Islam for anybody who's willing to look at it. If you were to read Paul Ehrman's books, like Misquoting Jesus, and this poor man lost his faith. He was a devout fundamentalist Christian who went to Princeton or Harvard and studied at their theological seminaries, got into critical analyses, studied the German text, and ended up not believing in the Bible anymore. And everything that he says that was proven by this research is confirmed in the Quran. So I feel like telling him, look, you don't need to lose your faith. There's just a new and improved version. It got the bugs out. It's like, don't give up the software. Just update your hard drive. So two of them came. So these 2 came to this city, and the Antioch, and one of the things that we don't realize about early people that were either direct students of prophets or during that first period, because the beginning of a religion is always the most powerful point. The goodness is until the end of time. The Prophet ﷺ said, Ummati kal matar. My ummah is like the rain. You don't know if the first or the last is the best. There's always good. Rain brings things back to life. But the power of the religion, also the miracles of the religion, are usually in that early period. Miracles go all through, but that early period is very powerful. The Christians had profound faith. They were extraordinary healers. They used to go in and lay on hands, and people would get well, and that was how a lot of people believed. So they came to this city and they started healing people, but they were calling them to the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the king, who was an idolater, got very upset about this, but there was a man. And so they said, قَالُوا مَا أَنْتُمْ إِلَّا بَشَرٌ مِثْلُنَا. You're just a man like us. Now this is an important statement, because there are people that say that the Prophet is only a man. And you have to be very careful with that statement, because he is indeed a man. وَمَبْلَغُ الْعِلْمِ فِيهِ أَنَّهُ بَشَرٌ. You know, the extent of our knowledge is that he is a human being. The Prophet is not divine. He has no divine attributes. He is a human being, but he is the best of Allah's creation. One of the ways the Moroccans say, Muhammadun basharun la kal bashari, bal huwa kal yaquti bayna al hajari. The Prophet is a human, but not like other humans. He's like an emerald amongst stones. So an emerald is a stone, but it's not like other stones. So the Prophet said, Innama ana bashar, yuha ilayya. But I have and innama here in balagha, and I, if I had time I'd go into this, but you have different types of qasr in balagha. Qasr al-haqiqi, qasr al-idafi. Innama here is when he says innama ana bashar, it doesn't mean he's only a human being, but in this specific statement that he's making, he's saying I'm only a human being. But he's not just a bashar. He's other things. He's a prophet. He's a father. So it's a qasr al-idafi. It's not a haqiqi. And some people think that they want to bring the Prophet ﷺ down to everybody else's level. He's just a messenger. He came, he delivered the message, and that's over. No, the Prophet ﷺ, and not only that, he's active in his community until the Yawm al-Qiyamah and beyond. He visits people in dreams. He said, if you see me in a dream, you've seen me in truth. The Prophet's still visiting people in dreams. And if you deny that, you're denying sound hadith. Man ra'ani fi an-nawm faqad ra'ani haqqa. فَإِنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ لَا يَتَصَوَّرُ صُورَتِي. Whoever sees me in a dream has seen me in truth. So the Prophet is actively involved in his community. And I don't know any other religion. I don't know Buddhists telling about dreams of Buddha, or maybe some of them imagine things. I don't know. But I've never heard that. I don't know about Christians having dreams of Jesus. I've never heard that. But Muslims, many Muslims have seen the Prophet and have seen him in wonderful dreams that are so vivid and true and pure, and giving them advice, or smiling and letting them know they're pleased, or frowning and letting them know he's displeased with them. A man came to me once, and he saw the Prophet without a beard, and he asked me what it meant, and he didn't have a beard. I said, you should grow a beard. Because the Prophet, according to Sidi Abdullah ibn Hajj Ibrahim, he says, if the Prophet comes with some naqs, some sort of deficiency in his state, then it's to reflect what he sees in you, because al-mu'min mir'at al-mu'min. So he's showing you what he wants to see improved in you. Wallahu a'lam. So and then they say, you're only a man like us. Prophets are men, but they're not like us. That's the difference. Because we don't get revelation. We can have inspiration, but not revelation. مَا أَنزَلَ الرَّحْمَنُ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. The merciful has not sent down anything, right? إِنْ أَنْتُمْ. In other words, it's like a negation. إِلَّا تَكْذِبُونَ. You're only lying. You're telling lies. قَالُوا رَبُّنَا يَعْلَمُ. That our Lord, inna ilaykum lamursalun, our Lord knows that surely we are apostles to you. وَمَا عَلَيْنَا إِلَّا الْبَلَاغُ الْمُبِينَ. And upon us is only to deliver this clear message. This is what we do. And they come with proofs, and their proofs are like healing the lepers and the sick and these things, and also even reviving the dead back to life, which happened. Those are miracles that we believe in. قَالُوا إِنَّا تَطَيَّرْنَا بِكُمْ. They said, we take a bad omen from you. It's a very interesting statement. The tayr in Arabic is bird. You know, كَأَنَّ عَلَى رُؤُوسِهِمُ الطَّيْرُ. The Arabs say if people are paying attention, it was as if birds were perched on their heads. The tayr, the Arabs believed in augury, A-U-G, right? Augury. Augury is a type of divination. What they would do is if they wanted to do something, and the beauty of this is that Allah, and people don't realize the rahmah of Allah. You know, people can laugh at people that go, like psychics. Did you know psychics' business has gone up since the economic downturn? Did you know that? It was in New York Times. Like, people go to psychics because they don't have a job. They're looking. You can laugh at those people, but it's sad. They're looking for guidance, and that's what they have. The Jahili Arabs had the same thing. Divination was their source of guidance. They were trying to get guided and do something that they thought was the right thing to do. They would go to birds that were like birds that were all down on the ground, and they would scare them, and if they went to the right, they would take a good omen, and they would do it. If they went to the left, they would take a bad omen. So that's called tafa'al or tayamman. Tayamman is to be positive about it, right? The Prophet said about the moon, Allahumma hilla alayna bil yumni wal iman. Oh Allah, bring the moon upon us with yuman. Yuman is auspiciousness, with good portents, good signs. And so the tayamman is to go to the right, and the tasha'um is to go to the left. Sham is the left. Shamal is left. So shimal, north, shamal, Yemen, yamin. Because when if you're in Arabia, you know, if you face the east in Arabia, then Yemen is on your right, and Syria is on your left, which is shamal, the north, shimal, sham. And it's not yatasha'am min Sham, you know, that you take a bad omen from Sham. The Prophet took good omen from Sham. Barakallah fi yamanina wa shamina. And then what's behind you? Al-gharb. What's gharb? Gharib. What you can't see. It's what you don't know. So gharib is the west. It's what you don't know. So that is the cosmology of the pre-modern Arabs. So what they're saying is, we're taking a bad omen from you. Natasha'am. You know, some of the mufassirun say the rain stopped when they came to the town. So they said, because people are superstitious. You know, people do funny things, like knock wood. That's a pagan thing, because pagans used to worship wood. Knock wood. People do that. And you can't get rid of superstition. The Prophet ﷺ said that tiyara is in human beings. We're all superstitious. You can't get it. You cannot get rid of superstition. It's just a human quality. And it's amazing that he said that, because his religion is so anti-superstition. But it's just a human quality. It's part of our nature to be superstitious. So but what they say is that ignorant people always take bad omen from things they don't like and good omen from things they like, because they're following their hawa, they're following their nafs, they're not following their reason. And that's why asa an takrahu shay'an huwa khayrun lakum. Maybe you hate a thing and it's a good for you, and maybe you love a thing and it's bad for you. Who knows? Allah knows. Wallahu ya'lam wa antum la ta'lamun. Allah knows and you don't know. So intelligent people take good omen from good things, and they don't really concern themselves with bad omen. The Prophet he was optimistic. The Prophet ﷺ liked optimistic things. He liked auspicious things. If he heard somebody say Ya Sa'id, it used to make him happy just to hear that. Like somebody calling another person, and they would say Ya Sa'id, and he would hear that, it would make him happy just to hear Ya Sa'id. The Prophet ﷺ was optimistic. In fact, optimism is a fard ayn, really. You can't be pessimistic. You can be realistic, but you can't be pessimistic. You have to believe that things are for the good, because we believe in a merciful Lord. And so what they say is, لَإِن لَمْ تَنْتَهُ لَنَرْجُمَنَّكُمْ. If you don't stop preaching this, we're going to stone you. And وَلَيْمَسَّنَّكُمْ مِنَّا عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. And you will taste from us a painful punishment. قَالُوا طَائِرُكُمْ مَعَكُمْ. That your ta'ir is from you. This is amazing. This is again the Quranic, it's always driving home, things are from you. Your superstition is from you. It's not from anything that happened outside. Look into yourself. That's the source. If you're seeing the world as a negative place, it's because of what's in you. If you're seeing it as a positive place, it's because of what's in you. You are the cup, and what you fill your vessel with, either negative things or positive things, faith or disbelief, courage or cowardice, it's all in you. And what is in you is going to determine how you react in creation, or how you act, how you respond. It's all in us. And we have been given volition. We can control these things. It takes effort and practice. That's what mujahada is. It takes effort to contain the self. The ego can be known. You don't free yourself from your ego, but you can learn the tricks of the ego. You can learn to identify when you're reacting from your ego and when you're acting in accordance with your highest nature. You can begin to determine these things. And so this is what they say, and then they say, قَالُوا طَائِرُكُمْ مَعَكُمْ, because of this kufr. In dhukirtum, weren't you warned? Haven't you been given this warning? Bel antum qawmun musrifun. You are a people who are transgressing the limits. And this is an important concept in the Quran, the concept of israf, that people transgress the boundaries. They go beyond the boundaries. One of the things, إِنَّ اللَّهَ إِنَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُسْرِفِينَ, God doesn't like the people of israf. And the ikhwan shayateen are called mubadhirin, the people that are people of tabdhir, of excess. We're people of moderation. We should be moderate in our eating. We should be moderate in our sleeping. We should be moderate in all of our, even your ibadah should be moderate. If you go to extremes of either too little or too much, then you're not following the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. And his sunnah is not specifically what he did in himself, because he first of all, it was fard for him to get up every night and pray. He used to pray half or a third of the night in ibadah, which was moderate for a person who prays all the night or doesn't pray any of the night. So he was moderate in those two extremes. But his sunnah is to get up in the night. How much you do that is related to who you are, the time you're living in. All those things are related. But that is a sunnah of the Prophet. It's a nafila. It's something that you draw near to Allah. But if you're praying and fasting, your body's getting weak, you're not giving your spouse their rights, you've gone to isra, you're in tajawuz al-had, you've gone beyond the limits. And so that's the israf that the Quran is attacking. We tend to forget that extremism is from both perspectives. You can be extreme in not doing enough, and you can be extreme in doing too much. One of the things, when I was on Capitol Hill, I was asked to talk about extremism in Islam, and I just said, America's the most extremist country in the world. We have extreme sports. We have extreme eating. We're the only country I know that has hot dog eating contests where people will eat 150 hot dogs, it's not only dangerous if you're a physician, but it's just humanly degrading. We have extreme, pornography. This country is filled with extreme sexual attitudes. From prudery to just the most degrading types of things.
so many aspects of extremism in our culture. It's not balanced. And we have extreme violence. We're an extremely violent culture. We have more murders than anybody. People who have grown up in Muslim countries, I mean, alhamdulillah, the safest places I've ever been to in my life have been Muslim countries. The only thing you have to worry about is the ruler. You know, I mean sometimes, but generally even the rulers, you know, they, mashal hal, like they say, you know. Min hun lil hun mashi. That's what the Syrians say. From here to here, make it walk. So and then it says that وَجَاءَ مِنْ أَقْصَى الْمَدِينَةِ رَجُلٌ يَسْعَى. And a man from the furthest part of the city. What a beautiful, it's just such a beautiful, the Quran has all these beautiful subtleties. You know, he came from the furthest part of the city. He made this effort, you know, and the reward, because didn't it tell us about that Allah, نَكْتُبُ مَا قَدَّمُوا وَآثَارَهُم. We record their efforts in walking, in going farther distances for the truth. And here's an example of somebody practicing that. This is a man who, according to the tradition, he met the apostles before they went into the city, and they cured his son of an illness that he had been suffering for a long time. And he believed, he was a carpenter that used to make idols for the people in the city. His name's Habib al-Najjar, according to the tradition, wallahu alam. But when he heard that they were persecuting these men, and he knew how truthful they were, and he was from the people, he came running. Yas'a. It's so beautiful, you know, قال يا قومي. This is isti'taf in the Arabic language. One of the things that prophets and du'at say is they talk to their people. They remind them, I'm one of you. I'm not against you. I'm not a foreigner. People that come from other places and preach to a people, sometimes they see them as foreigners and they reject them. That's not always the case. Sometimes those are the people that accept the prophet, and he's rejected by his own people. It goes both ways. But prophets always talk to their people, Ya qawmi, Ya qawmi, Inni Rasulullah ilaykum, Ya qawmi, u'budullah, Ya qawmi. It's throughout the Quran you see this, oh my people, oh my people. So this is what he said, قال Ya qawmi, ittabi'u al-mursaleen. Follow these apostles, follow them. He's counseling them, giving them good advice. So he's a du'a. اتبعوا من لا يسألكم أجرا وهم مهتدون. Follow them. They're not asking a reward. They're healing your sick. They're treating your people, and they're not asking for money. They're not asking you for any money to do this, which is very important about this. The Muslims traditionally have always been people of nasiha. They've always been people of good works. They've always been people of free hospitals, free clinics, feeding the poor. We forget that aspect is so central to our tradition. The Prophet ﷺ had a soup kitchen in his house. He fed 70 homeless people every single day for his entire period in Medina. That's our Prophet. That if you want a sunnah of the Prophet, there's people that take his sunnah of ibadah and they don't take his sunnah of welfare, of helping people. He had a soup kitchen. He used to make soup in his house, and they would take, when people brought food to him, he would always send it to the Ahl Suffah. 70 on average, more or less. Abu Huraira was amongst them. From them came great scholars. From them came rulers. Salman al-Farisi was one of the Ahl Suffah. He ends up a governor in Persia. Allahu Akbar. What a religion, to take homeless and turn them into scholars and rulers. Just rulers. It's amazing. What a beautiful religion. It's just, it's so beautiful. And so this is what he's saying. Look, they're not asking you for money. They're not charging you for this knowledge. They're doing these things for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَا لِيَ لَا أَعْبُدُ الَّذِي فَطَرَنِي وَإِلَيْهِ تُرْجَعُونَ. They said to him, أَنْتَ مِنْهُمْ? Because they know Habib al-Najjar, he makes their idols. He's a nice guy. What's happened? They say, are you from amongst them? He said, and why should I not? Malia. It's a really interesting way to frame a question. He could have said, shouldn't I? or I should worship. But he said, what's wrong with that? Because when you're talking to people that are denying something, it's a very good way of asking them, what's wrong with it? What's bothering you about it? مَا لِيَ لَا أَعْبُدَ الَّذِي فَطَرَنِي. The one who fatarani, who originated me. He says created me, which is true. Fatir is the creator, but khaliq is closer to our word creator. Fatara is originator. The proof for that is that Ibn Abbas did not know what fatir meant, because it wasn't a Qurayshi term. And he once heard two Bedouin came to him and they were arguing about a well. And one of them claimed it before the other, and he said, Ana fatartuha. I was the one that originated the well. He didn't create the well. He originated it. So fatir is, and it might be a cognate with father. You know, there might be a relationship with the word father, because father in Sanskrit means originator, progenitor. So there might be, I mean, there's linguistic relationships between Semitic language and Aryan languages. They're words that are shared. There's no doubt, and that can be proved. Zeus is very similar to that. You know, Zeus, Theos, ta, sin, ta are similar. They're the sibilant and dental, but they're very close in their points of articulation. There are many examples of that. You can go crazy with these type theories also. So but they're interesting nonetheless. And we have a great lexicographer in this country who was named Webster, Noah Webster. Did anybody know about Noah Webster? Obviously, Webster's dictionaries are named after him. But Noah Webster in the 1820s set out to prove that English was from Hebrew. He was a very devout Christian, Protestant, and he wanted to prove that English was from Hebrew. Well, the interesting thing is he ended up proving it was from Arabic. So if you read his original, I have a copy of it. It's a dictionary that was published in 1828, Noah Webster's original dictionary. You can get a facsimile copy of it. He actually has the Arabic in the dictionary, which is amazing. They were typesetting Arabic in America in the 1820s. I mean, just fascinating. But he shows how, like cave, he said cave, kahf, earth, ard. So he gives all these examples of, you know, baby, baboos. He goes on and on. It's very intriguing. But so Allahu Alam, some say that father, I mean, Dr. Omar wrote this, and I don't know where, he actually mentioned this, that Ibn Taymiyyah mentioned this, but I've never seen this, but I will say this just, and with that caveat. I trust Dr. Omar because he's an extraordinary scholar and he's a dabit. But he said that father was actually a name for God before Islam. And that's why it's used. But because of the anthropomorphic danger of that name, Islam, in a sense, abrogated that name. So, Allahu Alam, you know, about that. But he did mention that in one of his essays. So, this is what he's asking. أَتَّخِذُ مِن دُونِهِ آلِهَةً. Do you take from beside God, gods? Right? Do you take them beside gods? And you know, and إِن يُرِدْنَ الرَّحْمَنِ بِضُرٍّ لَا تُغْنِي عَنِّي شَفَاعَتُهُمْ شَيْئًا. If God wants to harm anyone or anybody, then their intercession won't help you. I mean, one of the things of the idolaters, some of them worshipped gods to draw them near. لَا نَعْبُدُهُمْ إِلَّا لِتُقَرِّبُونَ إِلَى اللَّهِ زُلْفَى. You know, we only worship them to draw us near to God through shafa'ah. We intercede with the gods. We worship them to get close to God. That's a type of shirk, to ask the intercession of idols to God. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is accessible to everyone at any time. Which does not mean that you can't intercede in asking people to make dua for you. You can't. That's a type of intercession. But it's an intercession with the understanding that you think that's a real person who's close to Allah. So if I say to you, make dua for me, that's a type of shafa'ah. There's nothing wrong with that. The khilaf is about living and dead people. That's where you get into big debates about whether dead people can still make dua for people. And I don't even want to go there because it's one of those can of worms that has endless discussion on it. But this shafa'ah is agreed upon, that you can ask a living person to make intercession for you. When you go to Mecca, pray for me at the Kaaba. That's from the hadith, "Uthkurni 'inda rabbika ya ukhay." When Sayyidina Omar was going to Mecca, the Prophet asked for dua. He doesn't need Omar's dua. Omar needs his dua, but he was teaching the community that if you see good in a person, ask for their dua. So then he says, if I did that, and then he says, وَلَا يُنْقِذُونَ, they can't save you or help you. إِنِّي إِذَا لَفِي ضَلَالٍ مُبِينٍ, I would be clearly wrong. إِنِّي آمَنْتُ بِرَبِّكُمْ فَاسْمَعُونَ, I believe in your Lord. Look how he says, he doesn't say Rabbi. He's reminding them, he's your Lord too. You just haven't believed in him yet. I believe in him, so listen to me. قِيلَ ادْخُلِ الْجَنَّةِ قَالَ يَا لَيْتَ قَوْمِي يَعْلَمُونَ. They kill him. This isn't in the narrative like this, but they kill him, and it said, enter into the garden. So he said, if only my people knew. This is so beautiful, really, people. يَا لَيْتَ قَوْمِي يَعْلَمُونَ بِمَا غَفَرَ لِي رَبِّي وَجَعَلَنِي مِنَ الْمُكْرَمِينَ. If only my people knew how my Lord has forgiven me and set me among the highly honored. Because he was a martyr, and it said that they burnt him, they stoned him. Some said they sawed him in half, which the Prophet mentioned about Christians, that they were sawed in half and they still had their faith. And that's why don't complain about searches at the airport. Yeah, really, because it's not that big of a deal. So he honored me, how my Lord has forgiven me, set me among the highly honored. Habib al-Najjar نصح أمته في حياته وبعد مماته. This is somebody who was sincere to his people in life and even after he dies, because his soul left his body and went directly to paradise, which is a proof that the martyrs go directly to paradise. But once he saw what he was given, the first thing he thinks about is his people. And this is what Ibn Ajibah says, every da'i, no matter what his people do to them, if he's true and sincere in his da'wah, he wants good for them. He doesn't want them to be harmed or punished, no matter what they do, because they understand what hell is. They understand what paradise is. They understand what forgiveness is. And they also understand that in the end, everything is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That he was martyred by the qadr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is a beautiful testimony to forgiving people for even when they do the worst and most heinous things to you, if you're sincere in your da'wah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَا أَنزَلْنَا عَلَىٰ قَوْمِهِ مِن بَعْدِهِ مِن جُنْدٍ مِّنَ السَّمَاءِ وَمَا كُنَّا مُنزِلِينَ. After him we did not send any army from heaven against his people, nor were we about to. إِن كَانَتْ إِلَّا صَيْحَةً وَاحِدَةً فَإِذَا هُمْ خَامِدُونَ. In other words, we don't need to send armies. We don't need to. People can be destroyed. A tsunami can destroy them. An earthquake can destroy them. أَأَمَنْتُم مَّن فِي السَّمَاءِ أَن يَخْسِفَ بِكُمُ الْأَرْضِ. Do you feel so safe that God can't just swallow you up in the earth? That Allah can, and we have to be careful. يَا حَسَرَةً عَلَى الْعِبَادِ. Alas for human beings. Another beautiful statement, because it's real, and this is the heart of the Quran. This is qalb al-Quran. It's caring about people. It's wanting people to benefit from this call to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ya hasaratan ala al-ibad. Oh, alas, hasara for these servants. They're all servants of Allah. Ma ya'tihim min rasulin illa kanu bihi yastahzi'un. Messengers come and they ridicule. Why do they have to ridicule? Take them seriously. You might not believe in them, but don't make fun of them. أَلَمْ يَرَوْا كَمَا هَلَكْنَا قَبْلَهُمْ مِنَ الْقُرُونِ أَنَّهُمْ إِلَيْهِمْ لَا يَرْجِعُونَ. Do they not see how many generations we have destroyed before them, none of whom will ever come back to them? Look at how many people have gone before. We go visit the sites of ancient people that are no longer here. They're gone. Some of them, their languages are gone. One of the most, when I was in 8th grade, the first poem that ever really hit me was Ozymandias by Shelley, about, look on my works, O ye mighty, in despair. I am Ozymandias, king of kings. This man, he's a traveler in the desert, and he comes upon a visage, a face, and it's half in the sand, and it's just ruins. And then he sees the thing on I am King of Kings. And he's reflecting on how this King of Kings is, even his monument is gone. People are so arrogant. They walk the earth thinking they're going to be here forever. And Allah's reminding us, إِن كُلٌّ لَمَا جَمِيعٌ لَدَيْنَا مُحْضَرُونَ, yet all of them will be brought before us, everyone. They'll all be brought before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَآيَةٌ لَهُمَ الْأَرْضُ الْمَيْتَةُ. And this is important because now Allah is going back to a central theme of Yasin, the Ba'ath, the resurrection. He's told us that the messengers came, they told them, look, you're going to be resurrected. And you're going to be accounted. Now Allah is giving an example to a people who don't believe in resurrection. So you have to understand the mentality. Like here, many people believe in resurrection. But in Arabia, they didn't believe in resurrection. They literally thought that there was nothing after death. The best you could do is be immortalized in a poem. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He brings back a dead earth to life. And He brings forth these things that you eat from. So not only do you see the dead earth back to life, but the dead earth back to life is sustaining you. It's sustaining your own life. So death becomes life, generates life, perpetuates life. And then you too will die. It's amazing. So we come from the dead. It's really quite extraordinary what point is being driven home. وَجَعَلْنَا فِيهَا جَنَّاتٍ مِّن نَخِيلٍ وَأَعْنَابٍ وَفَجَّرْنَا فِيهَا مِنَ الْعُيُونِ. We put gardens of date palms and grapes in the earth, and we've made springs of water gush forth out of it. فَبِأَيِّ آلَاءِ رَبِّكُمَا تُكَذِّبَانِ. Which of the bounties of your Lord are you denying? Look at the sustenance. We've given you date palms and grapes. We've given you fruits. We've given you all these different things. What's wrong with you? We've given you the taste of cherries, the taste of berries, all these wonderful things. And we could have given you rocks that you had to crush to eat, and that would have been our sustenance. We could be like the dung beetle that takes the dung and has to eat that. Seriously. Allah could have done all these things. He made our food come from that. Our food comes from manure, but He could have made manure our food. And we would have just had to eaten it. But He doesn't. لِيَأْكُلُوا مِنْ ثَمْرِهِ وَمَا عَمِلَتْهُ أَيْدِيهِمْ أَفَلَا يَشْكُرُونَ. So you can eat from its fruit that you pick. And then the ma here can be a nafiya. It can negate, but it can also be 10 minutes. I'm just getting started. The ma could be a nafiya, ma amilathu aydihim, that their hands didn't make it, but it could also be masdariya, what their hands made. So you eat not only from the fruit, but also from what your hands make. So it has both meanings. The meaning of negation is like saying, look, you don't even have any work in it. You just go and pick berries out in the forest. We used to be hunter-gatherers, and it was all done for us. And then we became agrarian people, and our hands did it. So it has both meanings. Hunter-gatherer people, nomadic people that don't really have to do much to get their sustenance, and then the people that make it from their hands. So it could be either what your hands make, you eat from that, and your hands didn't make it. أَفَلَا يَشْكُرُونَ. Won't you show gratitude? سُبْحَانَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ الْأَزْوَاجَ كُلَّهَا. And then now moving to an even deeper in terms of proofs. That look at all these things that you're eating, and you're سبحان الذي خلق الأزواج كلها مما تنبت الأرض ومن أنفسهم ومما لا يعلمون. Glory be the one who created pairs of all things. Even now we know that there's male and females in the the flora of the earth, not just in the flora, not just the fauna. So, and also even pairs in the atomic world. You know, there's negative and positive charges. Everything's in pairs. Why would we be reminded of pairs here at this point? If everything's in pairs, what would be the point of really bringing this out right now? Because it's going to be driven again further home with the next verse about night and day, because that's a pair. But what if you're talking about the ba'ath and the resurrection, why would you start talking about pairs? Life and death, this world and the next world. Just like this world, there is a pair to this world, which is the next world. And it's the opposite. Just like this world is temporal, that world is eternal. Just like this world is mixed with pleasure and pain, that world is either pure pleasure or pure pain. It's all opposites. Everything is opposites. This is one of the secrets of the Quran. وَبِضِدِّهَا تُعْرَفَ الْأَشْيَاءُ. By the opposites, things are known. By this world, the next world is known. If you just use your intellects, if you use analogical reasoning, if you use your logic, it makes perfect sense. وَآيَةٌ لَهُمَ اللَّيْلُ نَسْرَخُ مِنْهُ النَّهَارِ. Beautiful, really beautiful isti'ara here. That we strip the night. Who's seen like these computer images of the earth spinning around and how it's just like salkh, like the night and the day. It's literally like stripping it away. So the light and the darkness of the earth as it moves around the sun, this is like salkh. It's also nukawwiru, like takwir, like a turban, winding a turban. So the night and day are being wound like this. It's really, these are very, very powerful images, but they're also extraordinarily accurate in terms of what we now know about things, because this was obviously not known. The Arabs actually thought that the sun set and that was it. And then in the morning it rose up. The Egyptians believed that it was carried across, you know, by the god Thoth or something like that, carries it across the river. I mean, these were all the mythologies. This is saying, no, it's salkh, it's being stripped. It goes from one to the other. Takwir, it's going around. And this is why even the early Mufassirun mention there's two opinions. The sun disappears and that it actually goes to other places on the earth. So the ulama knew this early on, before, and the Prophet talked about mashariq al-ard wa magharib. You know, طويت لي الأرض فرأيت مشارقها ومغاربها. The earth was shown to me, طويت, it was rolled up in a ball. And I was seeing the whole earth, and I saw the different easts and wests of the earth. So the Prophet actually had the vision of these different easts and wests as the earth's moving. So, فَإِذَا هُمْ مُظْلِمُونَ. You know, we take the daylight away, and suddenly they're in darkness. Isn't it amazing how it's just stripped from us? It's there, and then it's gone. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍّ لَهَا ذَلِكَ تَقْدِيرُ الْعَزِيزِ الْعَلِيمِ. And the sun is moving to its determined course. Some of the ulama say this means every day, and some say no, it's at the end of time. It's moving to a determined course of time when it comes to an end. We now know that it has a determined course. We know that the sun, in our physical sciences, we know that the sun is going to come to an end. And that's consistent with that meaning that ulama talked about centuries ago. So it's quite extraordinary how accurate this is. It could also be interpreted also that tajri, and the Prophet mentioned in a hadith to Abu Dharr about the earth taking idhn from its Lord, which is also possible. Because let me just give you one example of how limited we are in our understanding. We know that the Isra happened in a very short period of time, and yet the Prophet had experiences that went on for hours and hours and hours. We know that. And yet the time was expanded out. So we know that time is you can blink your eye, and how many worlds could have been born and destroyed and lived their lives in that blink. Allah is qadirun ala kulli shay. We don't know where the sun is right now. I can point to it right there, but even we know that there's 8 minutes have passed before that light actually reaches my eyes. So I'm not even seeing the sun where it is. So just مَا قَدْرُ اللَّهِ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. They have not given God His true estimation. When you read hadiths, don't think they sound outrageous or what that's not consistent with science. No, we know nothing. وَمَا أُوتِيتُ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. You've only been given a tiny bit of knowledge. Don't become arrogant. Don't assume things. The most humble scientists are the great scientists. Richard Feynman, who won the Nobel Prize in physics for quantum electrodynamics, said, physics is the expanding horizon of our ignorance. And he was not joking. He wasn't being flippant or glib. He was saying the more we know, the more we don't know. But man is arrogant. So this is وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍّ لَهَا ذَلِكَ تَقْدِيرُ الْعَزِيزِ الْعَلِيمِ. It's a laid course. It's so accurate. The amount, the 365, the 360 degrees around which it moves in its circle. It's extraordinary. وَالْقَمَرَ قَدَّرْنَاهُ مَنَازِلَ. And also وَالْقَمَرُ, you can have a mubtada and khabar, or you can have mansub here bil-ishtighal. Warsh is وَالْقَمَرُ. وَالْقَمَرَ قَدَّرْنَاهُ مَنَازِلَ حَتَّى عَادَ كَالْعُرْجُونِ الْقَدِيمِ. I would love to go into this verse considerably, but I'm not going to be, my time doesn't allow it. But the moon is one of the great signs of Allah. The manazil are the positions of the moon throughout their 28 positions. They relate also to the 28 letters of the Arabic alphabet. They also relate to the menstrual cycle of women. There are many, many things that these manazil, they're a big sign from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we can determine them with great accuracy. For people that are interested in this, I wrote an essay called Caesarean Moonburst, which talks a lot about Muslim knowledge of the moon and how accurate they were in determining when the new moon would be born, when it would appear. They had very sophisticated charts, visibility charts, that over 1,000 years ago, Al-Baruni made very accurate visibility charts. They knew when the moon would show up. It's not new science. We haven't really observational astronomy has improved very little. The only improvement is the telescope that allows us to see things in far distances. But naked eye observational astronomy was actually better known by the ancients than it is known by modern people. Even modern astronomers know very little about the naked eye sky. There's some astronomers that couldn't even point out constellations to you, but they're masters of their science, of modern astronomy. لا الشمس ينبغي لها أن تدرك القمر ولا الليل سابق النهار وكل في فلك يسبحون. The sun cannot overtake the moon. The reason that the sun is used and not the moon is because the moon does in 1 month what the sun takes a year to do. So the sun does not speed up like the speed of the moon. If it did, everything would be disrupted. All the seasons would be destroyed. We wouldn't be able to survive. So the sun has this taqdeer that enables us to live by the sabab. وَآيَةٌ لَهُمْ أَنَّا حَمَلْنَا ذُرِّيَّاتِهِمْ or ذُرِّيَّتَهُمْ فِي الْفُلْكِ الْمَشْحُونِ. Another sign for them is that we carried their seed in the laden ark. وَخَلَقْنَا لَهُم مِّن مِثْلِهِ مَا يَرْكَبُونَ. And we have made similar things, camels, which are called sufun al-sahara. They can ride on them, so we can get through deserts. وَإِن نَشَأْ نُغْرِقْهُمْ. If we want, we could have drowned them. فَلَا صَرِيخَ لَهُمْ وَلَا هُمْ يُنْقَذُونَ. There would be nobody to help call out to, and nobody to save them. No 9/11. If Allah wants to drown people on the ocean. In fact, Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, one of the great, in his commentary on the Hizb al-Bahr, he said one of the greatest proofs of the rahmah of Allah is sailors. Because he said there's often some of the most dissipated people, just profligate people that do terrible things. No offense to any sailors, but I mean, we say in English, it would even make a sailor blush. That's an English expression. In other words, there's no shame in sailors. So he said the fact that sailors can cross this vast ocean safely is such a proof of the lutf of Allah. Anyway, I've offended sailors. I apologize. إِلَّا رَحْمَةً مِنَّا وَمَتَاعٍ إِلَى حِينٍ. only by our mercy. And this is reprieve. They've been given the enjoyment of life for a short period. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ اتَّقُوا مَا بَيْنَ أَيْدِيكُمْ وَمَا خَلْفَكُمْ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُرْحَمُونَ. And then they are told, beware of what lies before and behind you, so that you may be given mercy. وَمَا تَأْتِيهِم مِّنْ آيَةٍ مِّنْ آيَاتِ رَبِّهِمْ إِلَّا كَانُوا عَنْهَا مُعْرِضِينَ. And yet they ignore every single sign that comes to them from their Lord. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ أَنفِقُوا مِمَّا رَزَقَكُمُ اللَّهُ قال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا أنطعم من لو يشاء الله أطعمه إن أنتم إلا في ضلال مبين. And if it's said to them, give out from what Allah has given you, those who disbelieve say to those who believe, why should we feed the ones that had God wanted? He would have fed them. And even some of the Muslims started doing this when this ayah was revealed, because had God wanted, He would have fed them. That's it's a certain view in some strains of Christianity that wealth is a sign God's pleased with you, and poverty is a sign that He's displeased with you, which is why some people are so against any forms of welfare to help people. You know, let them pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Well, what if they don't have bootstraps? Then what do they do? So this is really addressing a disease in the heart of people that don't have compassion for people that are less fortunate than they are, assuming that this is from God. And circumstances are circumstances. If you're born into poverty, it's hard to get out of it. Some people do, but they're unusual. They usually write best-selling books and things like that. And everybody says, well, look, see, he did it. You know. وَيَقُولُونَ مَتَى هَذَا الْوَعْدُ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. And they say, when is this threat? You know, when's this promise going to be fulfilled if you say what's true? مَا يَنظُرُونَ إِلَّا صَيْحَةً وَاحِدَةً تَأْخُذُهُم وَهُمْ يَخَصِّمُونَ. They only are waiting for a single blast that will overtake them while they're still arguing with each other. Subhanallah. فَلَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ تَوْصِيَةً وَلَا إِلَىٰ أَهْلِهِمْ يَرْجِعُونَ. They don't have any time to give any advice or to make any bequests or do anything. They don't have any time to return to their people. Habib al-Najjar wished he could. Ya layta qawmi. He was wishing that his people knew, that he could go back and tell them. وَنُفِخَ فِي الصُّورِ. And the trumpet will be sounded. This is a blast. There's two nafkha. نفخة الأولى ونفخة الثانية. The first blast brings the souls, it awakens them from their graves. And then the second, where they're brought forward and taken into account by their Lord. قالوا يا ويلنا من بعثنا من مرقدنا هذا ما وعد الرحمن وصدق المرسلون. And they will say, alas for us, who has resurrected us from our resting places? So the marqad, the grave, people initially have the trials in the grave, and then they go to sleep. And then they're waking up from that sleep. And that sleep, they suddenly realize that it's all real. They weren't dreaming. This is real. And that's why when people first die, they don't know if they're dead or alive. They're in that confused state, which is one of the reasons why some of the ulama say you recite Yasin to help the soul into the transition period. That's one of the wisdoms that is given by the ulama, because it reminds them what they knew in the world. Because it's very disorienting when you die. Things are very different than they are here. And it's like waking up from a dream. And sometimes when you wake up from a dream, you're wondering, am I still dreaming? I mean, you can be disoriented when you wake up from a sleep. And so they're suddenly realizing that what the messengers told us to do, إِن كَانَتْ إِلَّا صَيْحَةً وَاحِدَةً فَإِذَا هُمْ جَمِيعٌ لَدَيْنَا مُحْضَرُونَ. A single blast, and lo and behold, they're all brought before us. فَالْيَوْمَ لَا تَظْلَمُ نَفْسٌ شَيْئًا وَلَا تُجْزَوْنَ إِلَّا مَا كُنتُمْ تَعْمَلُونَ. Today, no soul will be wronged in the least, and you will only be repaid for your deeds. Again, ba'ath. Look at the focus on the ba'ath and why this is qalb al-Quran. The Quran is to prepare you for this momentous day. And this is really the heart of this message. Inna ashab al-jannati al-yawma fi shughrin fakihun. The people of paradise today are happily occupied. They're visiting. They have fruits. They have pure spouses. All of these things that they were promised are coming true, and the highest is to visit their Lord. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hum wa azwajuhum fi dhilalan ala ara'iki muttaki'un. They and their spouses seated on couches in the shade. Even Imam Asawi says they get to listen to beautiful music. He actually says, ضرب الأوتار. لهم فيها فاكهة ولهم ما يدعون. There they have fruit and whatever they ask for. Whatever people desire is in paradise, but it'll be pure desires. It won't be impure things like in this world people desire impure things. It'll be pure things. Salamun qawlun min Rabbir Rahim. They say that this is the heart of Yasin. When you enter paradise, the Prophet ﷺ said that people will be so overwhelmed with the peace and the sakina that they will begin to say salam, salam, salam. They're just feeling peace for the first time in their existence, a real peace, salam. And so this is a word from a merciful Lord. وَامْتَازُوا الْيَوْمَ أَيُّهَا الْمُجْرِمُونَ. Step aside on that day, guilty ones. امْتَازُوا. Everybody's going to be made clear. It's Yawm al-Furqan. It's the day of discrimination. It's the day when the debts fall due. It's the day when the Ashab al-Yamin and Ashab al-Shimal, everything's made clear. أَلَمْ أَعْهَدْ إِلَيْكُمْ يَا بَنِي آدَمَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا الشَّيْطَانَ إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ. Children of Adam, didn't I command you not to serve shaitan? Don't listen to the one that's going to take you away from preparation for that day, and he'll make you amongst the mujrimeen. وَأَنَا عَبُدُونِي وَأَنِ اعْبُدُونِي هَذَا صِرَاطٌ مُسْتَقِيمٌ. But to serve me, this is the straight path. لَقَدْ أَضَلَّ مِنْكُمْ جِبِلًّا كَثِيرًا أَفَلَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْقِلُونَ. He has led great numbers astray. Use your intellect. It's so clear. قَدْ تَبَيَّنَ الرُّشْدُ مِنَ الْغَيِّ. Guidance is clear in contradistinction to misguidance. هَذِهِ جَهَنَّمُ الَّتِي كُنْتُمْ تُوعَدُونَ. So this is the fire that you were warned against. This is it. اصْلَوْهَا الْيَوْمَ بِمَا كُنْتُمْ تَكْفُرُونَ. Enter it today. And people are going to be roasted in it because you went on ignoring. اليوم نختم على أفواههم وتكلمنا أيديهم وتشهد أرجلهم بما كانوا يكسبون. On that day, you shall be sealed up. Their mouths, the hands will speak. The bear witness. One of the amazing things in Sharia, there's a khilaf about this, but in the Maliki madhab, the qadi cannot لا يقضي بعلمه. It's not permissible for a qadi to judge with his knowledge. And what that means is, if I'm a qadi and I'm walking to the courthouse and I see a man kill another man, I can't sit as a judge in his trial. I can be a witness, but I can't sit in judgment. The judge has to be completely unbiased. Now, what's really interesting about that is the reason that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not judge us with His knowledge, even though He is the one most capable of judging us with His absolute knowledge, is He brings forth witnesses. It's all going to be, you're not going to have any, you can't say, you were unfair to me, you put me into this situation or that situation. You can't, He's going to, your hands are going to testify against you. I didn't want him to kill that man. He's the one that made me pull the trigger. The finger is going to say, I wasn't created to do that. The tongue, I didn't want to backbite. He's the one that made me do it. Because it's the heart. The qalb. It's the heart. يَوْمَ لَا يَنْفَعُ مَالٌ وَلَا بَنُونَ إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهِ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. On that day, no benefit, a sound heart. That's what's going to benefit you, because all the limbs respond to a heart. If your heart is sound, the actions of the limb are sound. If your heart is not sound, the actions of the limb are unsound. And then, if it had been our will, we could have taken away their sight. They would have struggled to find the way. But how could they have seen it? Right? Allah gave us all this ability. وَلَوْ نَشَاءَ لَمَسَخْنَاهُمْ عَلَى مَكَانَتِهِمْ فَمَا اسْتَطَاعُوا مَضِيًّا وَلَا يَرْجِعُونَ. If it had been our will, we could have paralyzed them where they stood so they could not move forward or backward. We've been given all what we need to do good, to understand. وَمَن نُعَمِّرْهُ نُنَكِّسُهُ فِي الْخَلْقِ. Warsh is نَنْكُسُ فِي الْخَلْقِ. Whoever we extend their life to, we reverse his development. Life is a curvilinear thing. In other words, when you're young and have your energy, use it, because you're going to lose it. And so use what you've been given. Don't you use your intellects, the time you have. وَمَا عَلَّمْنَاهُ الشَّعْرُ وَمَا يَنبَغِي لَهُ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا ذِكْرٌ وَقُرْآنٌ مُبِينٌ. This is, after saying all of this, listen, Arabs, you love poetry. It's been your pastime before this book. This isn't poetry. This isn't about dallying with the ladies anymore. This isn't about drinking wine. This isn't about having a good time. This isn't about boasting about how great your tribe is. This isn't what you're hearing. This is a message from God. Pay attention. We didn't teach him poetry. We didn't teach him to entertain you. This isn't entertainment. Poetry is enjoyable. There's edification. Inna fi ash-shi'ri, inna min ash-shi'ri la hikmah. There's wisdom in poetry. This is not poetry. This isn't poetry. وَمَا يَنْبَغِي لَهُ. It's not appropriate for him. إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا ذِكْرٌ وَقُرْآنٌ مُبِينٌ. This is a reminder and a clear recital. لِيُنذِرَ مَنْ كَانَ حَيًّا. Now we're back to inzar. To warn the one, مَنْ كَانَ حَيًّا, the one who has life, the one whose heart is life. أَوَ مَنْ كَانَ مَيِّتًا فَأَحْيَيْنَاهُ, the one who was dead and brought to life with faith. So this is what will bring you to life. The one who is brought to وَيَحَقَّ الْقَوْلُ عَلَى الْكَافِرِينَ. And God's verdict will be passed. I mean, he says may be passed, which is actually nice. I like that. Because that there is a position, and it's a strong position, that even there are people that are in disbelief that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going, it's may. Allah can forgive whom he pleases. And Imam Ali radiallahu anhu said that God has told us about heaven and its people and hell and its people, but in the end, فَعَالُ لِمَا يُرِيدُ. He does whatever he wants. So Allah knows. There are people for the fire, أصحاب الجحيم, but only Allah knows. Allah says, لا تجعلوا لله أندادا وأنتم تعلمون. Don't set up idols beside God, and you know what you're doing. There's ignorant people that do these things, Ahl al-Fatra, that the dominant opinion is that actually they're not going to be taken into account. They'll be judged, according to the Maturidi, they'll be judged by whether they were good or bad based on fitrah, like if they were evil to people and things like that. The Ash'ari is a little, to me personally, I'm more inclined to the Maturidi position on that. And then أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا أَنَّا خَلَقْنَا لَهُم مِّمَّا عَمِلَتْ أَيْدِيهِمْ أَنْعَامًا فَهُمْ لَهَا مَالِكُونَ. Can't they see how among the things we made with our own power, with our own hands, we have created livestock they control. أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا أَنَّا خَلَقْنَا لَهُم مِّمَّا عَمِلَتْ أَيْدِينَا أَنْعَامًا فَهُمْ لَهَا مَالِكُونَ. We made them obedient. Taskhir, these animals that could be wild, like lions. The sheep could be like lions, but they're not. They do what you tell them to do. The shepherd, even a little boy, can tell them where to go. So this is imtinan. Yamunnu alaykum. Allah is al-mannan. He reminds you of his blessings. وَلَهُمْ فِيهَا مَنَافِعُ وَمَشَارِبُ أَفَلَا يَشْكُرُونَ. Again, shukr. Won't you give thanks? You have all these benefits and drink and all these things. وَاتَّخَذُوا مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ آلِهَةً لَعَلَّهُمْ يُنصَرُونَ. Yet they have taken gods beside Allah to help them. لَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ نَصْرَهُمْ وَهُمْ لَهُمْ جُنْدٌ مُحْضَرُونَ. Though these could not do so, even if they call the whole army of them together, فَلَا يَحْزُنْكَ قَوْلُهُمْ. Don't get depressed or distressed. إِنَّا نَعْلَمُ مَا يُسِرُّونَ وَمَا يُعْلِنُونَ. We know what they conceal and what they reveal. Don't let تَكُ فِي ضَيْقٍ مِّمَّا يَمْكُرُونَ. Don't be constricted about their plots, about what they're doing. Concern yourself with Allah. Preoccupy yourself with your Lord, and your Lord will give you everything you need to take care of your enemies. And then also, أَوَلَمْ يَرَ الْإِنسَانُ أَنَّا خَلَقْنَاهُ مِن نُطْفَةٍ. Again, the ba'ath. Reminding us, didn't he see we created him from a drop of fluid? فَإِذَا هُوَ خَصِيمٌ مُبِينٌ. Insignificant. One of the Arabs said, كيف يتكبر الإنسان وهو من نطفة قذرة وينتهي إلى جيفة نتنة وبينهما يحمل عذرا. How can man be arrogant? He begins as a vile fluid. He ends as a smelly carcass, and between the two he carries around feces in his stomach. You know, what's your basis for arrogance? You know? So he's saying, look at man, he comes from, and then he's arguing, like he was a little drop of fluid, and now he's saying, I don't believe in God. I don't know gratitude to anybody. Well, who does the atheist say thank you to when he feels grateful just for being alive? Just have a nice meal. Like Richard Dawkins said in his book, that he had this wonderful meal with his atheist friend, and they were talking about how enjoyable life was. Okay, well, so you're just an ingrate? You don't have any gratitude for that? That enjoyment, where that came from, the source of it, is just the universe? I'm grateful to the universe? That's just a New Age word for God. Right? Mother Nature. وَضَرَبَ لَنَا مَثَلًا وَنَسِيَ خَلْقًا. He starts setting up these likenesses to us, and he forgets his own creation. He says, قَالَ مَنْ يُحْيِي الْعِظَامَ وَهِيَ رَمِيمٌ. Who will bring these bones back to life after they've decayed? That's the atheist. Who's going to do this? قُلْ يُحْيِيهَا الَّذِي أَنْشَأَهَا أَوَّلَ مَرَّةٍ وَهُوَ بِكُلِّ خَلْقٍ عَلِيمٌ. Say the one who did it in the first place. He has knowledge. He's done it one time. You're here. You weren't here. Now you're here. You're going to not be here again. You don't think it can happen a second time? You actually are starting to say you can do it a second time. With cloning. There's people that are now freezing themselves for fortunes in cryonic solutions after they die. They have wills and they get put into ice chambers, believing that scientists are going to be able to revive them a second time 100 years from now, and yet they don't think God can do it. La ilaha illallah. هذا كفر مبين. Unbelievable. It is believable. الذي جعل لكم من الشجر الأخضر نارا فإذا أنتم منه توقدون. Look how he took a moist tree that won't even start on fire. Like if you put a moist log into the fire, try to start it. And yet, you can take a dried one and do the twigs together like they teach you in the Boy Scouts, and you can get fire out of it. So you can bring fire from this dead wood, and you don't think God can bring the fire of life back from your dead bones? These are amazing examples of the bath. Allah makes fire out of wood. Think about that. It's amazing. It's there. You just do it long enough. أوليس الذي خلق السماوات والأرض بقادر على أن يخلق مثلهم بلى وهو الخلاق العليم. Is he who created the heavens and the earth not able to create the likes of these people? He created the heavens. أأنتم أشد خلقا أم السماء? Are you more difficult or the heavens? He created. There's a weak hadith, it's an interesting hadith, that there's other worlds that have people on it that have never disobeyed Allah, and they don't even know Iblis exists. And we're here in our arrogant little corner of the universe thinking that it all revolves around us. I'm so important. Who are you? Who are you? And this is the nice, in the Quran, Allah exalts us and then abases us because He wants us to be in the middle. He wants us to know that we have worth, but He also wants to know that we can be worthless. And we decide. إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول له كن فيكون. When He wills something, He just says be, and it is. فسبحان الذي بيده ملكوت كل شيء وإليه ترجعون. So glory be to Him whose hand lies control over all things. It is to Him that you will all be brought back. Jazakumullah khairan. You didn't think I would get through, but I did it. Assalamu alaikum.